As we start our Nubian show this morning, we'd like to introduce our judges. Our lead judge is Mr. Mark Baden from Tacoma, Washington, and the consultant judge is Jeremy Lesniak from Schuyler, New York. This is the last call for milking yearling Nubians. We're still missing 5 entries. If you're supposed to be in this class, bring your doe here immediately or let us know that she's been scratched. All right, Nubian milking yearlings, class is closed.
Good morning and welcome to the Alpine Show here at the 2022 American Dairy Goat Association National Show. It's our privilege to select for our first class out a beautiful class of Alpine milking yearling does, and you'll be hearing more about them. But our first group, really the stronger mammary, more complete does in terms of their overall scorecard. Then a more middle group of perhaps more adolescent does, not quite the udder development yet, or the structural strength of feet and legs. And then our third tier. Excuse me. And then we did not make a cut. We do have more than 20 in, but they are placed all the way down. Starting, the first doe will be first udder, second doe will be second udder, and in a close udder placing, the third udder will be on the fourth placing doe. Starting with mammary systems, first udder over second udder. Our first doe has the widest rear udder in the class, the greatest area of udder attachment. As compared to the second doe, she also excels having a little longer, more desirable teat length and a bit more softness of udder texture, as she shows today, than did too. Second udder on our second doe over the third udder on the fourth placing goat, having shorter, a more proper teat length as a matter of degree, but in opposite dimension. And as well in area of udder attachment, she has greater width and lateral support, greater again extension in width to rear than did the third uddered goat, our fourth placing goat. The third animal was in a strong contention for third udder. And while our fourth place doe's third udder yields in mammary systems the third doe in the shortness of teat length, I found a more desirable shape to mammary system with greater fullness at the lower portion of the rear udder, and from rear view, a more correct shape to the floor of the udder as compared to the doe ahead. It was a close udder placing, however, and you'll see that the general placings rely on other areas of the scorecard. Now, overall, then going back to the first placing doe, one is placing over two for her advantage in first the mammary system. Again, it was the widest rear udder in the class. It blends more smoothly into the escutcheon, shows greater total area of support. And she has an advantage as well in general appearance owing to her stronger back, both in the chine and a longer back and a more nearly level rump from hips to pins. Additional advantages owing to body capacity and her greater width of body throughout. Two, placing over three, again on mammary system with a more desirably shaped mammary system that carries its fullness down to the lower portions of the rear udder, giving it a greater balance and symmetry, more correct shape to the floor of the mammary system and definition of medial suspensory support, and in dairy strength, just a sharper, more open doe than this more level topped doe in three. Three, placing over four, first again in general appearance, she's wider and more level in the rump from hips to pins as she stands. She tracks more correctly in the front end, being fuller and broader at the front end and tracking as a matter of degree, again, straighter toward me. And in body capacity, she's deeper through the forearm and heart, broader in chest floor, and shows more length of body throughout than our fourth doe, to whom she yielded again in areas of the mammary system scorecard. Four is placing over five, again in mammary system. There's greater apparent capacity to her mammary system relative to body size at this point. And although when you handle her, she's fairly sharp and open, we look at other areas of dairy strength and dimension. She's just cleaner and more refined in the arched in the flank, leaner at the thigh, and so on, giving her advantage in dairiness over this beautifully topped doe in five. Five, placing over six. I did switch these as I brought them into the final lineup because of her commanding advantage in body capacity owing to her growth and development, and the general appearance owing to her wider, longer back and more level rump from thurl to thurl or side to side than the more adolescent yearling in six. Six is placing over, again, a really growthy individual in seven for her advantage in mammary system. It's more correctly shaped, having greater extension of foreudder, width of lateral support, and as well as a matter of degree, she's tighter at the top of shoulder, blends more correctly up through the shoulder region, and excels somewhat in dairy strength owing to her greater sharpness, but certainly yields in body capacity to seven. Seven is placing over eight, just a longer made doe who shows greater fullness in the heart and increase in depth going back into the flank. Some trade-offs in mammary system, so body capacity, and some general appearance owing to the strength of back through the chine and loin, strength of pastern warrant her placing over eight. Eight, placing over, again, a more adolescent yearling in nine, excelling in mammary system because of the greater apparent capacity relative to size, carrying with it greater area of udder attachment, and her greater depth throughout places her over nine. Nine, then placing over 10. The 10th doe really caught my eye early in the class. I appreciate the strength of her mammary system. The does ahead, however, are walking on stronger rear pasterns and greater angulation of hawk inside profile than 10. 10, placing over the top of the line, another more adolescent yearling at the top of the line, while appreciating her balance and finding the doe who's at the foot of our first line in 10, excels in mammary system, having more correct width of rear udder, greater extension of fore udder, and again, greater total area of udder support than 11. 11 then placing over 12, being more correct in general appearance. She's standing up stronger on the rear legs, freer from overangulation, and shows greater levelness of rump from hips to pins than 12. 12 over 13, really love the balance over the top about 13. The doe ahead excels in mammary system with a stronger, longer foreudder, greater extension and width to mammary system, and a bit greater width in set of feet and legs, especially to the rear. 13 over 14, excelling in her strength of back and especially in the chine, and the strength of feet and pastern over 14, both at rest and on the move. 14 over 15, the mammary system, really a commanding advantage is owing to her more correctly blended rear udder and side profile, the longer forudder that she has, the greater width of lateral support, and the body capacity throughout excels in her greater depth. 15 then placing over 16, excelling in dairy strength. Again, just a sharper, flatter boned, leaner doe. Both does that to move higher in the lineup. We found animals that were more correct in the overall development and capacity relative to size of mammary system. And so it is both the dairy strength and especially that places 15 over 16, a bit greater strength of foreleg and side profile in 16. 16 over 17 in her turn, more correct length and width of rump and length of back. Her forudder also is more strongly attached than 17. 17 excels in body capacity over 18 because of her deeper forerib, broader chest floor, just more width throughout, and just more strength of bone throughout than we're seeing in 18. 18 certainly admire the mammary system. In 19, the does ahead, however, are more correct in the structure of their back, the stronger chine, the more level rump from thurl to thurl or side to side, and strength of pastern. 19 then over 20, we'd like to see again as strong in the pastern as those at the head of the line to move her up, and between them it's the correctness of forudder and width of udder support. She places over the balance of the class, a class that is the balance of the class really sorted based on both mammary system and general appearance. But in this case, the black doe then places over the lavender doe in the balance of the class, showing more capacity, growth, and development. And with that greater total area of udder capacity and support over the next group of does who follows, there's more balance between halves of the udder over some of these animals, and more secure udder attachment or appropriate body development toward the foot of the line. Thank you.
Alpine 2-year-olds, we're still looking for an entry from Maggie Arnold, your doe Amarillo. Maggie Arnold, your doe Amarillo needs to be in the ring. If she is scratched, please let us know. The results of the Alpine Milking Yearling class, which was sponsored by IR Ranch Dairy Goats, John Landis and family. First place, first udder, went to the doe Hard Luck Hollow KKA Angel Dust, owned by Kathy Walters from Ohio. Second place with second place udder, went to Shining Moon Namaste, owned by Mickey Colfax from California. Third place went to Harmony OAA Zamara's Tirza, owned by Harmony Alpines from Colorado. Fourth place with third udder went to Kickapoo Valley Jive Nirvana, owned by Ed Judlowski. Fifth place, Kickapoo Valley Jim Nickelback, Ed Judlowski. Sixth place, Kickapoo Valley Jive Nuisance, owned by Ed Judlowski. Seventh place, Hard Luck Hollow MVVW Inca, owned by Kathy Walters. Eighth place, Corey Brook Rico Bristol, owned by Lenny Ray Van Gorder. Ninth place, Shining Moon Nouveau Riche, owned by Mickey Colfax. 10th place, Hawks Hill Farm D Harmony, owned by Kathy Kelly. 11th, Pleasant Grove Frame, owned by Craig Koopman. 12th place, Kickapoo Valley Saga Notoriety, owned by Ed Judlowski. 13, Pleasant Grove Frame Mezzanine, owned by Craig Koopman. 14, Nine Patch Free Trip Miracle Margot, owned by Michelle Kruger. 15 went to Maple Wind Champagne Problem, owned by Laura Warren Hughes. 16, Rainbow Colors MIK Miss Patty, owned by Rick and Gwen Musselman. 17, Turkey Foot Farm Verbena, owned by Mills Hooker. 18, Maple Wind Deer Theodosa, owned by Laura Warren Hughes. 19, Nine Patch Riptide Revealed Valencia, owned by Michelle Kruger. And 20th place went to Tempo Aquila Black Swallowtail, owned by Emily Tucker. Youth placings for the Alpine Milking Yearling. First place went to Turkey Foot Farm Verbena, owned by Mills Hooker. Second place, Maple Wind Deer Theodosa, Laura Warren Hughes. Third place, Tempo Aquila Black Swallowtail, Emily Tucker. And fourth place, Nine Patch Cooper Leapin' Hattie, owned by Caroline Dinnany. And again, thank you to the sponsor of the Alpine Milking Yearling, IR Ranch Dairy Goats, John Landis and family.
All right, good morning from Ring 2. This is your Nubian Senior National Championship milking yearlings under 2 in milk. We had 22 entries. This is our final placements here. First, our mammary placements. Our first place is first udder. Our second place mammary system is on the 5th place doe. And our third place mammary is on the second place doe. That's the reason these does are inside profile, and so on live stream you can see these does. When we look at these does and mammary system alone, a 35-point category, our first place doe places over the 5th place doe in mammary system for just the seamless forudder attachment and the lateral extension across the body wall. This is a doe, when viewed from the rear, really ideal in teat placement that has no outward orientation. They are plumb and perpendicular to the ground. Inside profile, she has very pleasing blending of the rear udder attachment into the escutcheon. Our second udder in 5th place over our third udder in 2nd place today. It is viewed inside profile. It's for the smoothest of blending of that forudder and the longer lateral ligament across the body wall and the depth of the mammary system. The udder depth is showing us more productivity and capacity over this second place individual. And our third place mammary system places over some other commendable mammaries, particularly the doe in 3rd place for the balance and symmetry. She places over the doe in 4th place for the fullness of the forward attachment and the center of the forward that's fuller and wider to the side, and the more capacious, wider rear attachment that is being exhibited today. All right, and now for our class placements. Thank you so much. And really, when this doe walked into the ring today, really in examining her, I just couldn't forget the mammary system, and she has the body capacity and the strength to support that. So one placing over 2, not only in the mammary system, but also in body capacity, we can see the increasing depth, deeper in barrel, deeper in flank. In her general appearance, this is a doe that shows more width between the thurl, a doe that shows us more ease of motion around that mammary system with more angulation to the stifle. She shows us more length of bone pattern than 2. 2 placing over 3, primarily a mammary system placement, but also the depth of body. I really love the angularity of this 3rd place doe. Very clean doe, very promising future on this doe in 3. But at this stage in a youthful development of a yearling milker, the slight advantages in mammary capacity, balance and symmetry, and body capacity place 2 over 3. 3 placing over 4, general appearance, beautiful back on this doe, the strength and shine without having to be set and touched by the handler. And look at the impressive clean uphill stance and carriage in that front end assembly, and the classic breed character about the head. Just wish she was a little even and more even, and we would see her higher today. 4 placing over 5, although we grant to this lovely mammary system, when the first time when they walked away from us inside profile, the ease of motion around the mammary system for more correct rear legs, how they come off of the pelvis, and the whole rump structure is a little bit more natural. In 4 over 5, she is more level in the rump from throat to throat. You can see from ringside that she's flatter and doesn't have that dorsal process. You can also see the more angulation about the rear leg and the stifle. She's a longer body doe that matches the first 4 does, first 3 does in front of her, the length of body from wither to hip and the added length of bone pattern in her dairy strength over 5. 5 placing over 6 for this lovely mammary system, the depth of the mammary from front to back, the little more roundness in shape and capacity, teats of more medium length and that are more perpendicular to the ground inside profile than we're seeing in 6. 6 placing over 7. We'll walk our first line forward, please, so you can all be captured on live stream. 6 placing over 7. You see on the move, look at her back there, the levelness in the rump angle, the levelness in the chine. She's more uphill, taller in front end assembly than at the back, and a longer mate doe and dairy strength for the longer bone pattern than we're seeing in 7. 7 placing over 8. The 8th place doe is a doe we moved up. A little difficult doe here for her immaturity. It's the depth of body in 7 over 8. It's body capacity, the depth of barrel, depth of flank. She's wider and much wider in chest floor over 8. 8 over 9. I love the femininity and the levelness and back. Very attractive. And she looks like an old school yearling milker from the 90s when before modern management practices and our yearlings look so mature. And it's just how we've kind of gone to modern dairy goats. And so, but a lovely doe to keep in a breeding program. It is the levelness and back, the upstandingness, particularly leveler in the loin. Then we're seeing a very wide rear udder in 9/10 for that mammary system. This is a doe with a tremendous rear udder arch and viewed from the rear. She shows us more udder support with a little more definition to the udder floor over 10. 10 placing over 11, and you can walk your doe forward. Looks like this is our first youth exhibitor as well. We'll see her out here in our premier youth lineup with that blue ribbon there. 10 places over 11 in her turn in general appearance and levelness in the back in the region of the chine, dairy strength, openness and ribbing, and a flatter bone pattern than 11. Now we move on to our second line, 11 placing over 12. Beautiful mammary system on this 12th place doe as well, but not the substance of bone. And so when we look at 11 over 12, it is that substance of bone and her dairy strength with a higher quality of bone, flatter bone with more strength, particularly also more substance in the front leg, straighter front leg when viewed from the front than 12. 12 placing over 13, general appearance is being more uphill, although granted the scale and depth of body. This is a doe more smoothly blended from neck into wither, fuller in the crop and allowing for more well-supported back in the region of the chine than 13. 13 over 14, again, this is that modern size and scale for a yearling milker, so much maturity and mammary function and capacity. Today, it is the body capacity, more depth and width and chest floor, increasing depth of body over 14. 14 over 15, another attractive, moderate-sized doe with a very strong back on her, just needs more development. It is the levelness and chine. It's the angulation to rear leg set. When viewed from the rear, just beautiful rear udder width up into the escutcheon as well, over 15. 15 over 16, dairy strength, length of bone pattern. She's has more length of neck. She has more prominence in wither. She's more highly arched in flank, leaner in thigh, a mammary system also that has less tendency toward breaking in the foreudder than 16. 16 over 17. Today, advantage in her body capacity. We see more extension in chest and side profile at the brisket, the blending from the point of shoulder to chest wall, and the increasing depth of body, heart barrel to flank and side profile over 17. 17 over 18, we'll walk the line forward, please. 17 over 18 now on the move. We can see, although we're granting some size and scale, we do have more mammary function and capacity. We see more rear udder arch and side profile. Rear udder side view is more roundness in shape and more capacity than 18. 18 over 19, although granting capacity, it is the structure and strength of rear udder attachment and udder support medial suspensory ligament, holding that mammary higher to the body wall, less motion of the mammary system as she walks around the ring for such a young doe that we see in 19. 19 over 20 in general appearance is more uphill and upstanding, very correct in the top part of the front end assembly with the juncture to the shoulder blade to the wither, from the neck to the wither as well, and the levelness and back in the region of the chine, and also the very correct rear legs inside profile over 20. 20 over 21, body capacity, very deep in that barrel and capacious. Very capacious in mammary system, but very abrupt inside profile of the blending of the rear udder attachment into the vulva. It protrudes beyond the vulva. So while we appreciate the capacity, we'd like to see more smoothness of blending inside profile, but we reward her for her function and her capacity, both in body and mammary system over 21. 21 and 22, does that show us good femininity and dairiness and strength of feet and pasterns, but just not quite the mammary capacity or the depth of body to move higher in our competitive class of 22 today. Again, that was our milking yearling class. Mammary systems were first place, first udder, fifth place was second udder, and third udder was on the second place doe. 2-year-olds can enter the ring.
Results of the Nubian milking yearling class, which was sponsored by Windy Farm Dairy Goats, LLC, owned by Jeanette Jones. First place, Nubian milking yearling with first place mammary system, went to Blissberry Back to Black, owned by Sarah Cohen Wahlberg of Minnesota. Second place with third place udder went to CA Blackberries WP GLA, owned by Thon Liz Bell Winnie Duong from California. Third place, Foxwood Titan Sweet Tea, owned by Paul Fox, Tennessee. Fourth place, Blissberry Sweet Home Alabama, owned by Sarah Cohn Wahlberg, Minnesota. Fifth place was second place udder, Blissberry Paradise City, Sarah Cohn Wahlberg, Minnesota. Sixth place, KECMR Tayton Samrin, owned by Rob Smith, Indiana. Seventh place, S Maple Farm Durant, owned by William Andrew from New York. Eighth place, Woostahuva HDE Moonbeam, owned by Heather Arts. Ninth place went to a doe by the name of Blissberry Chill Out, Sarah Cohen Wahlberg, I believe. 10th place, CA Blackberries, WP DUC, owned by the Duong family, California. 11th place, Never Fail Liberty Independence, owned by Jacob and Heather Macemore, Pennsylvania. 12th place, Foxwood LL Model, Paul Fox. 13, Northern Sky Heather Baban, owned by Lily Reininghaus from New York. 14, Starfire's WHMJ Ashelawa, owned by Helen Snyder, Pennsylvania. 15 went to a doe by the name of Raisinette, owned by Peyton Cox, Pennsylvania. 16, CA Blackberries BC Chair, owned by the Duong family from California. 17, Never Fail Unconditional Love, Jacob and Heather Mazemore, Pennsylvania. 18, Never Fail Cindy Luhu, owned by Jacob and Heather Mazemore, Pennsylvania. 19, Bjorning's Nessa Rose Throp, owned by Christine Grant from Connecticut. In 20th place, Tomei Acres Wiki Wachi, owned by Leah Tomei. And again, the sponsor, Nubian Milking Yearling, Windy Farm Dairy Goats, Jeanette Jones. Top placing youth, Nubian Milking Yearling. First place went to the doe named Raisinette, owned by Peyton Cox. Second place, Northern Sky Heather Baban, owned by Lily Reininghaus from New York. Nubian 2-year-olds are in the ring. We're still missing about 10 entries. If you have a Nubian 2-year-old, please bring it to the ring now. If she is scratched, please let the ring steward know. Again, we have a few reminders we'd like to make you aware of. If you have a first place winning animal, you need to have your photograph taken at the photographer's area over there near the restrooms where the blue curtain is. First place animals must have photographs taken. Also, if you're a youth and you're showing a doe that is in the youth show, you must have both number cards. You need to have a regular number card for the regular show and also your youth number card. You must have both numbers with you in the show ring. If you're looking for Wi-Fi in this building, the Wi-Fi password is one word, FARMSHOW, FARMSHOW, all lowercase letters. We'd also like to remind everyone that we will be having a wine and cheese event on Thursday at 2 p.m. after the completion of the show on Thursday, just before the Colorama sale. This charcuterie style event will include cheese, a pretzel bar, and a cash bar. Tickets are $20 per person and are available for purchase at the ADGA booth. We'd like to have everyone who intends on going to have their tickets purchased by Tuesday, that's tomorrow, at noon. Nubian 2-year-olds, class is closed.
Right there. Yeah, it's not allowed.
Okay, we're working a very large and competitive class of alpine 2-year-old does, class numbering 40 in number. And so I picked the top 21 animals actually out for further consideration. If you look along the rail as I make my pass, I keep thinking, oh, why she deserves to come in. She deserves to come in. She deserves. So there are does on the rail who remain on the rail with either really strong mammary systems, but the does that I pulled in are more consistent and balanced in terms of strength of feet and legs or general appearance. Some of the more adolescent does perhaps not showing quite the overall body development and strength. And in mammary systems, a lot of differences compared to those in my middle group of the soundness of medial support, correctness of foreudder structure or teat shape, correctness of rear udder as well. So if you have questions, I'd be happy to take those after the class is completed. But thank you so much. I know it's a lot of work preparing your animals and bringing them here to the national show. And there are some beautiful animals who remain, who will not stay in for further consideration. And so thank you again so much. I'll be working with the middle group of 21 for the final placings.
Well, we're working on the judging in the Alpine ring. We'd like to introduce our lead judge, Dr. Joan Dean Rao. from Capay, California. Joan has been judging dairy goats since 1974. This will be her 14th time judging at an ADGA national show. She has been active in ADGA committee work for many years and is currently a District 8 director, member of the ADGA Executive Committee, and first vice president. Her ADGA committee activities include judges training, linear appraisal, and production testing committees. She recently retired as a veterinarian on the faculty at the University of California at Davis School of Veterinary Medicine and is a past president of the American Association of Small Ruminant Practitioners. Dr. Rao became involved with dairy goats through 4-H and continues to have a strong interest in the youth programs. She and her husband Charlie raise a small herd of Toggenburg dairy goats in Northern California under the Rao's Toggenburg's herd name. Although they show only regionally, they have bred and owned 2 ADGA National Grand Champion Toggenburg does in 1999 and 2019, and Reserve Grand Champion in 2009, and were premier breeder and exhibitor of Toggenburgs at each of the 4 ADGA national shows in which they have competed. Rao's Toggenburg bucks appear regularly as sires of winning does at ADGA national shows and as premier Toggenburg sire at multiple ADGA national shows. They maintain a focus on longevity and productivity, with many of their does appearing on the ADGA Toggenburg Top 10 production lists. Their herd uses the ADGA linear appraisal to assist with genetic selection for functional type, DNA genotyping, and has been on continuous DHIR tests for many years. Dr. Rao is honored to be chosen to ADGA National Show Judge and looks forward to working with the exhibitors and judging outstanding animals. She welcomes visitors and exhibitors to the 2022 ADGA National Show. She will be judging the Alpine and recorded grade breeds and will be consulting judge for the Nigerian dwarf breed. We'd like to welcome Dr. Rao here today. Attention in the barns. We have 2 vehicles that need to be moved immediately by security. Has requested that they be moved. We have a truck with Louisiana license plate C517817. Again, that's Louisiana C517817 needs to be moved immediately. As well as a red Dodge truck from Michigan, license plate DXE6031. A red Dodge pickup, Michigan plates, DXE6031. They need to be moved immediately, requested by security. You're in staff-only parking area.
This is our Nubian 2-year-old class. Again, a combination of first and second fresheners here. We will continue to work with our line and the side-by-side line of 20 for our final placements. And as you can see on ringside, looking at these mammary systems from behind and the productivity and the full function of these mammary systems, particularly the wide rear udder arches and the height and the shape to the udder floor created by a strong udder support medial suspensory ligament. And again, because show dairy goats need to be productive in milk, but they also have the scale and length of body and substance of bone, upstandingness, and strength of pasterns and feet for young replacement does, or balance and symmetry of the mammary system to be competitive today. We certainly appreciate your entry and your participation, and we'll excuse the line on the rail so you can prepare your 3-year-olds for the next class. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for coming to Harrisburg.
We are currently showing the Alpine 2-year-old milkers in the ring. Pete Snyder is going to join Joni Rao in the ring as our consultant for the rest of the Alpine show. Our other judge is ill. Pete is a lifetime resident of New York. He's had a judge's license since 1990. He raises goats under the Brookwood farm name. He has La Manchas, Alpines, and Nubians. He's judged 4 national shows in the past. So please welcome Pete today and thank him for pitching in. And since they were nice enough to give me the microphone, I have a couple announcements for everybody. Number one, I've had a couple people ask me about getting ice. We do have ice available here at the facility. It's 20-pound bag of ice for $15. And the food vendor can get that for us. We just need to give him a call. So if you need ice, stop up at the desk and we will give you his number. Also, remember Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock, we are having the wine and cheese. It's a charcuterie style event with cheese, a pretzel bar, desserts, and a cash actual card bar. The tickets are $20 per person, and they're selling them at the ADGA booth.
Lynn, I'm literally sitting at the first. No, Lynn loves me more than you. What's the sticker microphone? You know what's funny? So you need a microphone that city. You know, like,
Hey, thank you all for your patience. We have a large, just a beautiful 2-year-old Alpine class. Pete Snyder has joined me here as consultant, and so really appreciate exhibitors working with us to work through the class. From the start, there was a group of 3 does that really caught my eye. Working in, these were the 3 that I really was thinking about in leading the class, and just some beautiful attributes to each one and things each one brings to the class. The first doe will be first udder in class. The second doe will be third udder in class. Third doe will be second udder in class. In mammary systems, these sorted themselves out as the top 3 udders fairly quickly, in that as a group, these mammary systems are more correct in the width of rear udder attachment, the correctness of medial support, the correctness and extension of lateral attachment compared to the balance of the class. First udder placings, and then we'll go back to the whole animal. First udder 1 placing over its second udder in the 3 position for her advantage in the mammary system. She carries greater extension and lateral support. She's wider to the rear. She carries a bit more correct floor to mammary system as compared to 2. Similar udders, but greater extension and area than we're seeing in 2. 2 placing over 3. The third doe, our second udder, is placing over this capacious udder doe in the second position, who will be the third udder. The mammary system placing, being warranted on the security of udder attachment in these 2-year-old young does. It is stronger and tighter in its attachment to both fore and lateral support. The udder a bit freer of motion as the doe moves around the mammary system, as compared to this lovely shaped and capacious udder doe, who will be our third udder in 2. And it is the more correct and shape to mammary system, the symmetry and balance in shape, and the extension in the width, especially of rear udder, that places her mammary system over the balance of the class. Now back to the does. The first doe really was the more balanced individual of the group. Mammary system is the primary reason in 1/2 for her greater strength in fore-udder attachment, extension of lateral support, and security of attachment, freedom of motion as she moves around the ring. She also excels in general appearance, having somewhat stronger pasterns, both fore and rear, a bit more correct motion to the front end. She's tighter, holds her foreleg tighter at the elbow than did 2. Some smaller differences in general appearance over this really dairy and capacious doe in 2. 2 placing over 3 again in general appearance, and watching these does on the move. She's more correct, having a more nearly level top line, especially in the rump from hips to pins, but also stronger in the chine and blending more correctly at the top of the shoulder through the crops and through the chine as we see her on the move. She's also wider in set to rear legs than 3. 3 placing over 4 on the basis of mammary system, while commending the capacity here in 4. The more secure mammary attachment, being stronger in 4, wider to rear, and a doe with a slight advantage in dairy strength because she's just more extreme in her length of rib and openness throughout places her over 4. 4 placing over 5, an interesting comparison in 5. There's an obvious advantage in the general appearance owing to her stronger back, especially in the chine, and her longer back, and as a matter of degree, greater correctness in the front end as she moves. But the area of udder attachment really second to none other in the remaining group, and so she was contending a higher placing, but I felt that the strength in general appearance and the structural strength of back and top line in particular was the strong reason for the placing. 5 then placing over 6, first in her pelvic structure. She's longer in the rump, more nearly level, both from hips to pins and from thurl to thurl, and in body capacity and mammary capacity, just greater length and depth, and in udder capacity while yielding in the teat shape and delineation. She still has greater total area of udder support in this much longer forudder. 6 then placing over 7th, again looking at mammary system, really stylish, more adolescent type of doe in 7, and the doe ahead of her is just showing more width to the rear udder as she shows, greater width and lateral support, and just more width of body, spring and spread of rib throughout. Over the 7th doe, to whom she yielded the more correct rump shape and slope of rump. 7 then placing over 8 on the basis of general appearance. She's stronger in the back in particular, more correct in rump shape. Her forelegs are straighter, being more forward set as she stands in side view, a bit more different here in that they're straighter, but in a different way. And as well, but yielding the more capacious mammary system to 8. 8 then placing overnight, the teat shape and delineation, the height and security and length of 4, places her over this really long-bodied, stronger back doe in 9. 9 then placing over 10, excelling first in dairy strength, just a longer rib, more open kind of doe. She's more correct in front legs as she travels, walking straighter toward me, and more correct in the teat shape and delineation as a matter of degree in the security of her fore attachment over this really long-bodied doe in 10. Clear advantage in general appearance. It places her over the lovely udder doe in 11th. Uh, Particularly when viewed on the move, we can appreciate the longer, more level top line throughout, her more correct width of body in relation to size, making it hard to move that lovely udder doe in 11th up higher in this lineup. But it is the mammary system that places her over the balance of the class. In its extreme, its higher rear udder more correct shape with more fullness to the lower portions of the rear udder and more refinement in teat shape and delineation over the does who follow. She does yield in the strength of her top line, however, to 12, and 12 placing over 13. Again, here first in mammary system. Lovely doe in silhouette. The doe ahead of her is longer in the forerudder, shows more width and balance in the shape and fullness to forerudder as the primary difference as compared to 13. 13 excelling in dairy strength over 14. She's just a leaner, sharper, flatter bone doe. She also travels more correctly toward me in the front end and front legs. And in relation to her size, we're seeing more capacity of udder relative to size than this doe with a really commanding general appearance and side profile in 14. And 14, it was the levelness of her top line that really caught our eye. And in this comparison, then 14 excels 15 in her stronger back, especially in the chine, her more nearly level rump, and her ease of motion around the mammary system as I watch her from the rear. A bit stronger in patterns than 15. 15, one of the stronger udder does in the class, and it is the capacity of both mammary system and body that places her over 16, carrying greater extension and width and lateral support to mammary system, greater extension in her capacity and width of rear udder, and a doe who's deeper bodied through the fore rib and heart carries that increase in depth going back into the flank more so than in 16. 16 placing over 17, to whom she does yield in the body depth and capacity for the strength of her feet and pasterns. Again, in this 2-year-old class, the doe ahead is tracking up stronger in the front feet and pasterns throughout. She's traveling more level and stronger in the back than this really angular, very capacious udder placing in 17. 17 placing over 18 for this capacity. Again, as 2-year-old does coming into maturity, I appreciate her greater apparent capacity of mammary system relative to her size, her greater depth and angularity, and especially in the increase in rear rib going back into the flank, and as a matter of degree, her broader chest floor and greater spring of rib throughout over 17. 17 placing over 18, having a stronger medial suspensory ligament, more definition between halves, and a mammary system just more correctly placed on body wall than did 19, a similar doe in terms of more adolescent does in this class. 19 then placing over 20, again here in general appearance. In the feet and legs, she holds her foreleg tighter at the point of elbow. She tracks stronger in the rear pastern, and she's stronger in the loin and stronger from the junction of the loin on into the rump than was 20. And then 20 placing over 21. Remember, 21 out of 40. So we brought her into the final lineup for the shape of her mammary system, the correctness of her top line, but not quite the overall capacity that we're seeing in the does who come ahead. But congratulations.
Nubian 2-year-old class, beautiful class, 33 entries. This is our top 20 today in the lineup. Our mammary system placings, first starter on the second place dough, our second place mammary system on the first place dough, and our third place mammary system on this fourth place dough that you can see from the rear udder on the live stream. In the mammary system placement, real close placement here. We have 6 different national show judges. I think we'd have probably 3 pick one and 3 pick a different one for first stutter, but I think all 6 would pick these 2 does for first and second mammary. So again, when you look at the mammary system alone, the quality, when we look in our scorecard, 6 points for balance, symmetry, and quality, the roundness and shape, we do have more roundness. And so it's this voluptuous shape to the mammary, and that's what we should want. So you do see that inside profile, particularly in the bottom part of this mammary system, when you look at it, the blending in the rear udder arch and the roundness and shape, but at the bottom, our first place still has more of a more flatness toward the bottom. Both these are second fresheners, so equal comparison here. So inside profile, it's the roundness and capacity and shape, and it's the length of the forudder is what seals it for her to be first place mammary system. Second place mammary over the fourth place dough. Second freshener over first freshener, height to rear udder, beautiful height. And for me, ideal teat placement, beautiful in the teat placement. The specific definition to the udder floor, but it's the teat placement and the height to the rear udder over our dough and third place mammary system. First, for a first freshener, beautiful function and capacity. This dough places over the balance of our class in the mammary system for having a wider rear udder than the third dough. She has more function and capacity. She has much longer forudder than the fifth place dough, and she has a greater dimension and area of udder attachment over the sixth dough, and height and width to the rear udder over the seventh place dough, and function over the eighth dough. Now, for our class placements here, although we're granting in mammary system, it's not much of a grant, maybe 3/4 of a point. It's not even a full point in mammary system, but we do make up for that in general appearance, and you can see that at rest and on the move in the back in her general appearance. And again, to be consistent in our junior dough show, we made emphasis in general appearance over dairy strength. And so it is the general appearance strengths in back in the region of the loin specifically, and rear leg inside profile. The rear leg that does frame this mammary system more attractively, and it's the shape to the mammary system, but we have a little straighter about the stifle and two today. And so is general appearance. Couple that, and when you put your hands on them in dairy strength, the length of the rib. She does have a longer rib, and there's more length of bone pattern and more frame in 1/2. 2 placing over 3 for this lovely mammary system. Second freshener over a first freshener, and the roundness and shape, and just showing us a rear udder side view, more capacity behind the rear leg than we're seeing in 3. And she follows with the first dough in the length of bone pattern and frame. She has more stature and length of body. She has more maturity and body capacity, being deeper in the rear barrel than 3. 3/4. Now our first freshener in the lineup. So lots of promise. Beautiful front end on this dough, and the cleanliness of condition conditioning in the front end and particularly behind the elbow. As she blends more smoothly in shoulder assembly behind the crop into a stronger, more well-supported chine than we're seeing in 4. And again, excellent rear legs and angulation over 4. 4 placing over 5 mammary system, our third place mammary system. Really, we love the view from the rear of our 5th place doe and mammary system, not the length of forudder to give our 5th place doe a mammary placement. We need a longer we need the forudder attachment to be as long as she was razored, and then she'd have an udder placement. But so does mammary system in 4 over 5, coupled with her body capacity. Look at that extension to brisket. She has a wider chest floor and an increasing depth of body. The depth of barrel excels 5. 5 placing over 6, dairy strength and the freedom of excess conditioning. Look at the femininity about the neck and cleanliness about the throat and length of neck, prominence and wither. Inside profile is more highly arched in flank than we're seeing in 6. 6 placing over 7, a pair of first fresheners. While not as tall in stature, certainly has a more capacious rear udder attachment inside and when viewed from the rear, and in body capacity as well, deeper and wider in chest floor than 7. 7 over 8, a first freshener over a second freshener. We'll walk the line forward, please. We see them on the move. Look at the elegant front end carriage here in 7 over 8. She walks with this beautiful levelness and rump angle, and she shows us that depth of body and just as much capacity and area of udder attachment that we see in 8. Although she's a first freshener over a second freshener. 8 over 9, this 8th place doe is a breeder. I really enjoy this doe. I would like to see stronger pastern and feet. I feel that she doesn't have the substance of bone below the hock and below the knee that we saw in the 7 does in front of her. But her dairy style, her beautiful femininity and breed character about the head excels number 9. And also the teat placement when viewed from the rear is slightly more ideal. The 2/3 distance to the medial suspensory ligament over 9. 9 placing over 10. An advantage that she shows us in dairy strength, openness and ribbing, finer texture to the skin. This is a doe in general appearance on the move, maintains her levelness in loin longer than 10. 10 over 11 will walk them forward. You can see this 10th place doe over the first doe in the second line excels in that levelness of back, even on the move. She has a more ideal slope of rump from hip to pin, a mammary system that has more depth from forward to rear and more depth of body than 11. Now moving to our second line, 11 over 12, a lovely mammary system in the rear udder arch and teat placement, not the udder depth. It's kind of a shallow udder way up there. We'd like to see a lot more function and full capacity to make it to the front line, but we do reward the mammary structure over this first freshener in 12, specifically a longer forudder attachment, and once again, rear udder side view, the capacity behind the rear leg. 12 over 13, an advantage here in this dairy style and dairy strength, beautiful uphill carriage. With the second freshen, I think this doe could easily be promoted to the front line, just needs more capacity. But it is the cleanliness and front end assembly and smoothness of movement at the juncture of the shoulder blade of the wither placing over 13. 13 over 14, this is a second freshener over a first freshener. Dairy strength, showing us some more openness and ribbing, a little more highly arched and flank, leaner in thigh. She grants a little mammary capacity, but we certainly love the height and width to rear udder attachment over 14. 14 over 15, general appearance on the move and at rest, stronger in the back and in the region of the chine, more appropriate and breed character about the head and her ear carriage at this stage, and more angulation about the rear leg and stifle than we're seeing in 15. We'll move our line forward, please. 15 over 16. And yes, we do grant some strength and chine, but she's more level in the rump. You can see on the move over 16, the levelness in rump. And again, a mammary system that has a forudder that's more smoothly blended into the rear barrel than we're seeing in 16. 16 over 17. Beautiful dairiness here on this doe. She not quite as smoothly blended in the escutcheon, the rear udder attachment, how it blends into the escutcheon. That's why this doe was in the bottom quarter of the class, but we certainly wanted to reward her dairy style, the sharpness and wither, openness and ribbing. But in her mammary system, she far exceeds the length of forudder attachment over 17. 17 over 18. These are two different difficult dose and mammary system for us, the shortness of the foreudder and then the lacking of the correct shape to the udder floor in 18. So first, it's body capacity, width and depth, and chest floor, and then we're also seeing in general appearance the angulation about the stifle to the rear leg placing over 18. 18 over 19, again, beautiful dairy style and a lovely back on this doe. Very well attached mammary system, but the shape to the udder floor, we need more definition to move her higher than this placement today. But the levelness and back places her over 19. 19 over 20 is freer of excess conditioning with more openness and ribbing. Beautiful rear udder arch as well, and teats of more medium length. Our 20th place doe is placing over 13 other does that were excused. We certainly feel the balance and symmetry in the mammary system, this quality mammary system, well attached to the body wall and the depth of body, but it's her strength and substance of bone that brings her into our Nubian championship lineup. Thank you for a beautiful class of 2-year-olds. Mammaries were 2, 1, and 4. These are 3-year-olds in the class now.
Attention in the barn, 3-year-old Nubians are now entering the ring. We are looking for Garrett Morse with your 3-year-old Alpine Milker. Garrett Morse to the ring with your 3-year-old. Results of the 2-year-old Alpine, sponsored by IR Ranch Dairy Goats with the John and Landis family. First place goes to Harmony Hills with GCH Harmony HVV Ziva Talia. First place also was awarded first udder. Second place and third udder goes to Kathy Walters with Hard Luck Hollow KKA Sandust. Third and second udder to Mickey Colfax with Shining Moon Melancholia. Fourth is Joseph Sabins with Doe Haven Regiment. Fifth is again Harmony Hills with Harmony OAA Encore's Fanfare. Sixth to Philip Cassette with Chateaubriand's Julian. Seventh to exhibited by Ed Jadlowski with Kickapoo Valley Zoom Mayhem. Eighth, Joseph Savins with Doe Haven Jill. Ninth, Mickey Colfax with Shining Moon Muse. 10, exhibited by Ed Jadlowski with Kickapoo Valley Night Memory. 11th goes to Mickey Colfax with Shining Moon Moxie. 12th to Craig Koopman with Pleasant Grove WFM. 13th to Sarah Lanham with Chances Are MHA O'Malley. 14th to Joe Sabins with Doe Haven TJ Trixie. 15th to Michelle Kruger with 9-patch Riptide M Cardamon. 16th to Philip Cassette with Chateaubriand's Jade. 17th, Michelle Kruger with Olentangy Handcrafted Thallium. 18th to Philip Cassette with Chateaubriand's AT Bianca. 19th to Frank Reith with Reith Bros Farm Majesty's Delight. And 20th to White Birch Acres Ferguson with White Birch Acres Elderberry. Again, that was Alpine 2-year-olds sponsored by IR Ranch Dairy Goats, John Lands, and family. And the production winner for the 2-year-old Alpines is Harmony OAA Encore's Fanfare with 2,280 pounds of milk in 278 days. Congratulations. Attention in the barn, 3-year-old Nubian milkers are in the ring. This is the last call for 3-year-old Nubian milkers. Results of the 2-year-old Nubian milkers, sponsored by Catherine Gooden with Lone Cedar Farm. First with second udder is Wost Hove Siam Miriam, exhibited by Heather Arts. In second and first udder is J&M Hideaway AB Frostbite, exhibited by Glinda Noble. And third is Honbu BLF Feather Faithful and Holly Broker. Fourth and third udder is J&M Hideaway Bella Vale, with exhibited by Glinda Noble. And fifth is CA Blackberries TB Spicy, exhibited by Fawn, Liz, Bell, and Winnie Duong. And sixth is Homebrew BMR Kaisley Kennedy, exhibited by Holly Broker. Seventh is J&M Hideaway Bella Est with Glinda Noble. Eighth is Wingwood Farm TBL Assura, exhibited by Thomas Coletti. Ninth is Prairie Ridge SG Hallelujah with LaKayla Vincent. And 10th is Homebrew BLF Pink Moscato, exhibited by Holly Broker. I apologize, I'm missing some of the information for a few of these animals. And 11th is Trang. 12th is Quarter Miles Bad Habit, exhibited by Nicole Peck. 13th is Foxwood Jock's Legacy, exhibited by Paul Fox. 14th is Begley Troubled Acres Z Venue by Lisa Begley. And 15th is Blissberry Raindrop. And 16th is CA Blackberry's TB Pump by Fawn, Liz, Bell, and Winnie Duong. 17th is Blissberry Oh Mercy Me, exhibited by Sarah Cohen Wahlberg. And 18th is Quarter Mile Catch. 19th is CA Blackberry's Dime Pie by Fawn, Liz, Bell, and Winnie Duong. And in 20th is Begley Troubled Acre Illicit with Lisa Begley. Results from the 2-year-old Nubian Youth Show. And first is Prairie Ridge SG Hallelujah, exhibited by LaKayla Vincent. And in second is CA Blackberry's TB Pump, exhibited by Belle Duong. There are 29 entries in the 3-year-old Nubians. Class is complete. Production winner for the 2-year-old Nubians is Wost Hove CM Mariam, exhibited by Heather Arts, with 1,640 pounds in 278 days. Congratulations.
I may not know how to use the equipment, but I like goats, so I don't have a problem talking about goats. Once I give it to us, 3-year-old Nubians, we're approaching maturity here, and we will work with the 20 and the side by side line again. And for comparison, when we look at these beautiful productive mammary systems that show us the height and width of capacity, and they show us the substance of bone and the strength. But as we approach maturity, does that have maybe 3 freshenings or second freshenings, we really want to show the dairy goat community that Nubians are productive and functional and can milk. And so really having capacity on either side, inside profile of the rear leg, the roundness and shape, but also correct support of the mammary system. So some of our does that are being excused maybe don't quite have the capacity relative to their body size, or they're not full today. I know we had an exciting evening last night, and so some feed intake may be impacted. And I certainly appreciate you bringing them out because they have wonderful dairy style and breed character about the head, but maybe not as the fullness and capacity to be competitive today. And some of the motion or the structure, and we have udder floors approaching the hock. And not the capacity of rear udder attachment or levelness in back to be as competitive today. We certainly appreciate your enthusiasm and your entries in our 3-year-old class, but we're going to allow you to get your 4-year-olds ready at this time. And so those remaining, give your fellow exhibitors a round of applause for their participation is what makes us have the greatest national championship there is. Thank you.
Attention in the barn. If Hope Mullins with your Premier Youth Junior Doe, just the exhibitor. If Hope can come to the announcer stand, please come at your early convenience. Hope Mullins, please come to the announcer stand at your earliest convenience.
These are the Alpine 3-year-old milking does, their final order of placement here at the 2022 American Dairy Goat Association National Show. The udder placings, you have to pay close attention here. The udder placings are 1, first doe, first udder, second doe, second udder. And then our third placing doe is actually the 6th placing doe. The group of very similar individuals we really needed to either keep together or move back. And so the third doe is will be on the 6th place. Third udder is on the 6th placing doe. First in mammary systems, and again, it did take us a while to work the class in that there's a lot of differences between animals, different styles of animals, animals that look different from different views in a large and competitive class. The first doe is the first udder, having an advantage over the second doe in the line, somewhat similar in other overall udder shape and attachment. But the first placing doe showing greater width and extension in her lateral support or lateral attachments, greater total area of udder attachment, a little more definition of the medial support to mammary system through both the forudder and carrying through to the udder floor, and just more tightly tied to body wall than we're seeing in second. Slight advantages owed in her dairy. Oh, excuse me. And then going second udder, staying in the second udder over the 6th placing doe who has the third udder. For the advantage, while she yields in teat shape and delineation, she had a commanding advantage in the longer forudder, and again, in turn, greater total area of udder attachment than the 6th placing doe who has third udder, but does yield in teat shape and delineation, teat length, desirability to our third udder doe in 6th. Now back to the general placings, 1/2 for the advantage she had in mammary system. As previously stated, the greater lateral support, tightness of udder attachment or security of attachment, and total area of support as compared to 2. In dairy strength, she also excels, just a bit sharper, flatter boned individual than 2. 2 placing over 3 in mammary system. She has a wider rear udder, greater width and total area of support on a more apparently capacious udder relative to body size. In body capacity, she also excels being deeper and fuller through the heart girth, showing more width of chest floor and width of body throughout compared to 3. 3 placing over 4, a closer placing pair, and just as a matter of degree, just a more upstanding individual, a bit more length and width throughout and mammary system while yielding length. She shows, again, greater, a little more capacious udder relative to body size over a similarly structured doe in 4. 4 placing over 5, really giving the 5th doe a close look. She's working on a condition affecting her lactation, on an aborted lactation. And so we really were giving her a strong look up the line. And as they showed today, this pair that moved ahead, just showing us, even with due regard to stage of lactation, a little more security of udder attachment, a bit more bloom in terms of the sharpness and freedom from fleshing and so on, to warrant her staying in this order of placement, but she fell into that group. It is the correctness of her general appearance that placed her over the strong udder doe in 6. In particular, she's straighter in the foreleg and side view, stronger in pasterns, both fore and rear, and longer and more level in back, especially more level in the rump from thurl to thurl than 6, to whom she yielded in mammary system the more correct strength and height of rear udder in particular. 6, then placing over 7. The 7th doe caught my eye when she walked into the ring for her capacity, the balance and bloom about her. As we walked the line and then really her structure, found the doe ahead of her did efficiently in mammary system, having the more correct shape to the udder when viewed from the rear, more correct and desirable teat placement from the rear, but in particular, the ease of motion around the udder that stayed placed with a more apparent udder behind the rear leg as she traveled, the rear view really a deciding factor. And just as she traveled, a lot more ease of motion over the top line throughout over this tremendously capacious doe in 7. And it is that capacity that placed her over 8. In particular, the width of her body throughout, the deeper, fuller heart girth, and in mammary system, the udder capacity as a doe in full function or full apparent function as compared to 8. 8 placing over 9, I preferred her greater strength in the front end, being both more smoothly blended through the shoulders, through the shoulder region, broader in chest floor as a matter of degree, tracking straighter toward me and with more width of feet and legs. And in body capacity, her longer, wider body throughout was a factor. 9, then placing over 10th, really commanding top line and silhouette in the 10th placing doe owing to her levelness. But the doe ahead excels significantly in mammary system, most notably for her stronger medial suspensory support, the greater extension and apparent capacity and symmetry to mammary system. And then the really level topped and deep doe in 10. Additional advantages owed in dairy strength, but the mammary system, the deciding factor. It is the general appearance strength that she shows in number 10 that really brings her to the top, ahead of the top of the second lineup. And so 10 placing over 11th, to whom she did yield to some degree the stronger medial suspensory ligament for the advantage she has in the strength of the feet and pastern, more correctness and smoothness of blending across the brisket through the front end, and good deal more length of body throughout. 11 then placing over 12 in her turn, it is the strength of her mammary support, the rear udder that blends more correctly in side profile, being higher into the escutcheon and more secure in support, and greater total area of attachment, and also more level rump doe than the more dairy doe in 12. 12 over 13 for this advantage, first in dairy strength, just more rib, greater openness throughout, and in body capacity as a matter of degree, more depth in the forward than was 13. 13 over 14 on the basis of mammary system primarily, pardon me, a mammary system that's a little more uniform in texture, more balanced in its shape, going down into lower portions of the rear udder and longer in its fore udder attachment than 14. 14 over 15, the mammary system is more securely attached to the body wall, while really lovely angularity and dairiness about the 15th goat. The does ahead of her are more secure in udder attachment, in stronger forerudders, higher rear udder attachment than 15. 15 over 16, for the advantage she has, first just a more upstanding individual with a longer bone pattern throughout, more length of body, and in mammary system, while yielding in the tightness of rear udder attachment, she has more balance in the shape and capacity of fore udder than 16. 16 over 17, a close placing in this pair, but going with the doe excelling first in dairiness, just a little more openness and depth to her rib, a little more udder capacity relative to body size, but a very close pair. 17 then placing over 18 in her turn. It's her longer, leaner neck, her greater, as a matter of degree, sharpness throughout, and the strength of pasterns, both fore and rear. So in dairy strength, her greater angularity and the length and leanness of neck and general appearance, the blending at the brisket and the strength of her feet and pastern that place her over 18. 18 then placing over 19 on mammary system, a more secure and fore udder attachment on a doe that in general appearance has more proper levelness of rump from hips to pins, and as a matter of degree, a bit more correctness of foreleg as she moves toward me than 19. 19 then over 20, again, really lovely up on a very sharp doe in 20. The doe ahead, however, excelling in mammary system for its higher rear udder, being higher and wider into the escutcheon, and in body showing more width in relation to size than 20. Then 20 places over the balance of the class. We chose not to make a cut because we found them to fall handily into order based on the order of both either a general appearance in particular and then udder strength. So our 20th doe then places over the balance of the class, while we would like to see her with the depth of body that we commend about some of the does in the second line, the security of her udder attachment, especially the width of her rear udder, and the sharpness and levelness over the top that she shows places her over the balance of the class. Thank you.
Attention in the bar. 4-year-old alpines are entering the ring. 4-year-old Alpines that are entering the ring. This is the second call for Nubian 4-year-olds. Second call for Nubian 4-year-olds.
Coming into place is our 3-year-old Nubian class. We did have a cut, I believe 29. These are our top 20. At the head of the line is our mammary system placements. Our mammaries are in order. First place is first udder, second place is second udder, and third place is third udder. And really a beautiful class. And now we're using the microphone that goes to the entire barn. And so all your friends, it's time to come watch. And so they've been beautiful yearling and 2-year-old classes, but we're getting serious now. And so that's how it should be at the national championship. It's not an easy road. First udder over our second udder. Look at the extreme height to the rear udder, but it's the arch, the capacity of the rear udder arch over 2. It's a beautiful, I give you an excellent clip job on it, but she isn't capacious out into the lateral. And also the longest forwarder in the entire class. The only thing maybe she grants teat length. We'd like to see a little shorter teat, but that's all. Balance, quality, and symmetry on this doe. An excellent mammary system is our first udder over 2. 2 placing over 3. Again, this is a doe that and also inside profile, the forwarder never breaks. And so it's a seamless forwarder into the rear barrel and 1 over 2. I wanted to comment on that as well. And you'll see that when they turn inside profile. Our second mammary over our third mammary. Again, it's area of udder attachment, total volume, function capacity over a second fresh, lovely mammary, but we want to reward these hardworking does as well. And we do have a slight advantage in the definition to the udder floor, a little more udder cleft. And then the closest mammary placing is 3 over 4 and 5. And although maybe a little more moderate, did feel that we had a slight advantage in the height and inside profile, a little more roundness and shape. We have more a little more definition to udder floor over 5. We have more balance and symmetry over 6. We have a more correct teat length and also extension to fore udder over 7. And as we go down the line, just more roundness and now for our class placements, we can turn them inside profile so you can appreciate them and their dairy strength and general appearance. In addition to these lovely mammary systems, our first place doe is really breathtaking in an exhibit of dairy strength and dairiness for a Nubian. And the elegant front end carriage that she has as she walks around the ring with such grace and her length of bone pattern and just an ideal breed character about the head and how she climbs beautifully up to the wither. Specifically over 2, she excels in general appearance in length of back, width of loin, width of rump from thurl to thurl. A doe in body capacity has more width of chest and depth of flank. Yes, she has a slight Granton rear pastern strength, but it's not enough. 2 placing over 3 for this functional mammary system, but we're going with a doe that matches our first doe in dairy strength. The openness and rib over a doe that I really felt, I love the back on this youthful looking 3-year-old. And so it is the dairy strength combined with the body capacity. She has more thoracic capacity and barrel to match our first place doe. And so we felt there's more body capacity and mammary capacity, 2 over 3. 3 over floor. 4 to date general appearance, really an excellent back on this doe and how beautiful she's uphill and the blending from neck to wither. But it's the strength of chine and loin and rear legs over 4. 4 over 5. In her turn, general appearance, legs, front and rear, more angulation. She holds the angulation when she foot strikes and puts the weight on, she has more angulation and she's about the front leg, particularly behind the knee, than we're seeing in our doe in 5 today. 5 over 6, mammary system, balance and symmetry on either side of the medial suspensory ligament. A doe with extreme height to the rear udder attachment, dairy strength. This is a doe with more length of neck. And also in her front end assembly, a tighter junction of the shoulder blade to the wither over 6. We'll move our line forward, please. 6 placing over 7. Now you can see on the move, 6 walking slightly with more upstandingness, but she uses those front legs excellently, the straight motion and the gait forward. This is a doe that has more body capacity and the width in her chest floor than we're seeing in our doe in 7. 7 over 8, dairy strength. You can see the extreme length of bone pattern throughout, not only in stature and front end, but putting your hands on the ribbing. She has a longer forerib and has more space between the ribbing and a rump with more pleasing angle and side profile from hip to pin over 8. 8 over 9, an advantage in her general appearance and front end assembly with more depth of floor to the chest, which allows for more smoothness and fullness at the point of elbow to chest wall. Fuller in the crop, not having quite an elevated wither, but in body capacity, having more spring of rib and depth of barrel to our doe in 9. 9 over 10, a more functional mammary system with more cleft and shape to udder floor when viewed from the rear. A doe that has more depth from mammary from front to bottom and also udder depth and capacity than 10. She also couples that with her dairy strength and the openness and ribbing, more highly arched and flank inside profile. 10 over 11 will walk our 10th place doe forward. Significant advantage in general appearance, although granting mammary capacity to this powerful doe in 11. These does aren't mature at this time. We consider mature dairy goats age 4, and we've seen some moderate defects in rear legs and pastern strength. And we have a more correctness in the locomotion as she tracks about the ring in 10 over 11, and also freedom of excess conditioning behind the elbow. 11 over 12. General appearance more correct in the structure to the jaw. This is a doe that it has a better degree of rear legs with less tendency of the hocks turning in, and in mammary system a longer forudder attachment and teats that are more straight down without or outward orientation. 12 over 13, body capacity, tremendous depth of body depth, depth of barrel, a doe that in her mammary system again shows us a more smoothly blended rear udder attachment and side profile to the escutcheon over 13. 13 over 14, dairy strength, beautiful openness of ribbing and looseness and pliability of skin on this doe. You see a little more length and elegance in the neck over 14. 14 over 15, general appearance in the rear legs, more angulated about the stifle, straighter inside profile in front leg behind the knee, and a doe with more increasing depth of body and body capacity. 15 over 16, general appearance in rump structure, showing us more levelness from throat to throat with less dorsal process. She blends more smoothly from neck to wither without having a elevated sail fin wither, so to speak. In 16, 16 over 17, more udder support, width to the rear udder attachment, and teats of more medium length, and a stronger chine than we're seeing in an extreme length of body doe in 17. 17 over 18, dairy strength. Beautiful substance of bone on her, but just not the levelness in back or the height and width to rear udder to move higher. But we really love the length of bone pattern she shows us, the length of body and openness ribbing over 18. We'll move our line forward. 18 over 19 in mammary system. There's more definition to udder floor when viewed from behind or cleft to the rear to the mammary floor. We're seeing when viewed on the move, we're seeing more extension of brisket and a more parallel chest floor to the ground compared to 19. 19 over 20, mammary system, more roundness and capacity and shape to that forudder attachment. And her upstandingness and her front end assembly allows for her to be more elevated in front end in general appearance, taller at the wither than she is at the rump, with a more appropriate angle to the rump from hip to pin. Our doe in 20 today, again, places over nearly 10 other does in our national championship. You can see in rear udder side view, the arch to the rear udder into the escutcheon, how high that is and the capacity she shows us, and we certainly appreciate that. Nubian 3-year-old mammaries were 1, 2, and 3. 4-year-olds can enter the ring.
Maria Fallon, we are looking for your two 4-year-olds and the 4-year-old Alpine milkers. Maria Fallon to the ring with your 4-year-old milkers. Results from Alpine 3-year-old sponsored by Trollsbridge Alpines in memory of John Nelson. First udder goes to Autumn Acres Miss Liberty, exhibited by Tammy Toller. Second udder to Redwood Hills Perform Revealer, exhibited by Michelle Kruger. Third is Kickapoo Valley Jive Laughter, exhibited by Ed Jadlowski. Fourth, Kickapoo Valley Lullaby Mommer by Ed Jadlowski. Fifth, Kickapoo Valley Jive Lesson by Ed Jadlowski. Sixth and third udder goes to Rosewind's FR Magnolia, exhibited by Alexandria Stewart. Seventh to GCH Harmony RHFR Atara, exhibited by Harmony Hills. Eighth to Chances Are MHA Holly, exhibited by Sarah Lanham. Ninth to Hard Luck Hollow Iconic Glory, exhibited by Kathy Walters. 10th to Shady Lawn RRRS Jersey, exhibited by Hove Pitch. 11th to Roburn's Gentle Raven by Joseph Sobbins. 12th, Roburn's Gentle Aaron by Kathy Kelly. 13th, Rainbow Colors WRAO Menace, exhibited by Rick and Gwen Musselman. 14th to Love's Blue Ridge BRN, exhibited by Brenda Leitner. 15th to Cherry Glen Griffin Gunda, exhibited by Tina Hickman. 16th to White Birch Acres Masala Chai, exhibited by White Birch Acres Ferguson. 17th to Maple Wind Wamery, exhibited by Katie Burton. 18th to Chateaubriand's Brady, exhibited by Philip Cassette. 19th to White Birch Acres Sicily by White Birch Acres Ferguson. And 20th to Sheen Blanc WPC Carousel, exhibited by Emily Tucker. Results from the 3-year-old Alpine Youth Show. First goes to Shady Lawn RRRS Jersey, exhibited by Hope Hitch. Second to Maple Wind Waymarie, exhibited by Katie Burton. And third to Sheen Blanc WPC Carousel by Emily Tucker. The production winner for the Alpine 3-year-old goes to GCH Harmony RHFR Atara's Ziva, who milked 2,780 pounds in 279 days. Congratulations. Reminder to the barn, if you are exhibiting in the embedded youth show, you must have 2 entry cards before entering the ring. Again, if you are showing in the embedded youth show, you should have 2 cards before entering the ring. Results from 3-year-old Nubians. First udder goes to Foxwood Chips Mischief, exhibited by Paul Fox. Second udder goes to J&M Hideaway PR Bayou, exhibited by Glenda Noble. Third udder goes to Wost Hove S.A. Sketcher, exhibited by Heather Arts. Fourth to J&M Hideaway AB Desert with Glenda Noble. Fifth to Homebrew DG Katniss Everdeen, exhibited by Holly Broker. Sixth to Blissberry Almost Never, exhibited by Sarah Cohen Wahlberg. Seventh to Blissberry Holy Smokes by Sarah Cohen Wahlberg. Eighth, C.A. Blackberry's Sis Bro, exhibited by Fawn, Liz, Bell, and Winnie Duong. Ninth to Chateaubriand's Gambria, exhibited by Philip Cassette. 10th to Blissberry Yeah Right, exhibited by Sarah Cohen Wahlberg. 11th to Blissberry's Always and Forever by Sarah Cohen Wahlberg. 12th to Blissberry's Viva La Sueno, exhibited by Sarah Cohen Wahlberg. 13th to Frog Flat TB Munin's Me by Joan Carlson. 14th to KECMR Hin Moira, exhibited by Rob Smith. 15th to Foxwood Jock's Legacy, exhibited by Paul Fox. 16th to Prairie Ridge Angels Thumb by LaKayla Vincent. 17th to Borning's Lorelei Lee, exhibited by Christine Grant. 18th to King Rock's Tied Up with Strings. 19th to Blissberry SB Rise Up, exhibited by Anna Kreitz. And 20th to King Rock's Count Me In. The Nubian 3-year-old class was sponsored by Green Haven Farms' Dan Green. Thank you. First place in the Nubian 3-year-old embedded youth show goes to C.A. Blackberry's Sis Bro, exhibited by Belle Duong. And second to Prairie Ridge Angels Anthem by LaKayla Vincent. Attention in the barn. This is first call for Alpine 5 and 6-year-olds ringside. Alpine 5 and 6-year-olds ringside. Last call for Nubian 4-year-olds.
We have in progress at this time the 4-year-old Alpine milking does here at the 2022 ADGA National Show. From a large class, then we'll select a final 20 or 21 to work with. And those here remaining ahead of us in the side-to-side line, we really appreciate the individual strengths. For example, a beautiful mammary system on the doe directly ahead of me, considerable dairy strength and style, and some of the others have more consistent balance quality in those top 20 or 21 that we'll be working with. So again, we really appreciate your being here. And but we'll let you be excused while we work with our final animals. Thank you.
Thursday at 2 p.m. in the smaller arena, we will be hosting a charcuterie style event, which will include cheese, a pretzel bar, desserts, and a card bar. Tickets are $20 per person and are available for purchase at the ADGA booth. We would love to see you there. Nubian 4-year-olds are now closed. 4-year-olds are in the ring and class is complete. Reminder in the barn, first place animals need to have their photograph taken at the backdrop, which is located near the restrooms in the show ring. Again, first place animals need to have their photo taken at the backdrop. The production winner for the 3-year-old Nubian is Blissberry Almost Never, exhibited by Sarah Cohen Wahlberg, with 2,820 pounds in 288 days. Congratulations. First call for 5 and 6-year-old Nubians, and second call for 5 and 6-year-old Alpines. ADGA Premier Youth Exhibitor entry links are posted around the show ring and by the ADGA office in the form of a QR code. Please fill out the form within 2 hours or at your earliest convenience after the breed completion with of your last breed.
This is the final order of placing for the Alpine 4-year-olds here at the 2022 American Dairy Goat Association National Dairy Goat Show. You may have noticed a lot of work and thought going into our top 4 animals in that, while extremely different in style and different in individual strengths, each doe brought something different to the lineup. So all 4 contesting the top of the class, but for different reasons. The udder placings, first doe will be first udder in class. Second uddered doe will be on the 4th placing doe in class. And the third uddered doe will be on the 2nd placing doe in class. So starting with udder placings, 1 placing over 2, that is the first doe in total placement over the 4th total placement, for her advantage in the overall balance and symmetry to mammary system. It's a more correct udder from rear view, carrying its width up higher and wider into the escutcheon than 2, and showing more proper shape to the lower portion of the rear udder, as well as more clear teat delineation and more proper teat placement from rear view than 2. She also shows a bit more smoothness, a blending about the forudder, but really the rear view, the stronger difference in mammary placing. 2, one of the highest rear udders in the class, and in fact, the highest rear udder, but not carrying it quite through with the width that we saw in the first doe, places over our 3rd placing udder, that is the 2nd doe in the lineup. So the doe in the 4th position in mammary system is placing over the doe in 2nd position in mammary system because of her higher rear udder, the more correct, again, total area of udder attachment, simply greater definition as well between halves to the udder, and in consistency, again, just greater total area of support on really one of the highest rear udders, a kind of contention of higher rear udder and then more balance in our first doe. But so for the overall assessment of mammary system, it's rear udder height, shape of floor to the udder, as compared to 2, our 3rd udder. Then our 3rd udder doe in class places over the balance of the class. The contending udders fall in our 3rd placing doe. Again, mammary system that, well, we admire this attachment. The does in the udder placing 3 then places over the next doe in line, and in fact, the balance of the class in mammary system having, again, just greater extension, carrying the width on higher into the escutcheon, showing greater width, total width to mammary system, as a matter of degree, more correct shape to the floor of the udder, as a matter of degree, more extension of forudder. Then we're seeing in the balance of the class, but especially then looking to the 3rd doe. So moving back to the total assessment of the does, the first doe, really an interesting doe, and that certainly I was impressed with the overall length and capacity about body, about the does who immediately follow her. But as we assess the entire animal and really look at the correctness of her mammary system and the correctness of her general appearance, she really led herself to the top of the class. 1 excels 2, first in mammary system, as previously stated, in the udder shape and shape of floor to mammary system, the extension and height of width of rear, but significantly in general appearance for her more correct front end structure. She tracks considerably straighter toward me, especially to the lower portion of the rear leg. Just shows considerably more correct movement of front end as compared to 2. A slight advantage in her dairy strength and slighter openness, but really the front end structure and mammary system as primary reasons for the placing. 2 then placing over 3 in her turn, first in general appearance, it's her stronger, more nearly level loin, and in mammary system, she was the mammary placing excelling because of her, again, carrying the extension of capacity and width of mammary system greater than we're seeing in 3, but they were comparable pair of does in class. She does yield in 3 the stronger front end structure that was of particularly note and made a strong consideration in the final placing. She yields in that regard. But carrying over the greater strength of top line, the more correct mammary system, its total area of support, carried the placing today. 3 placing over 4 here, again, in terms of general appearance, while admiring the mammary system in the height of rear udder, in 3 placing over 4, tremendous advantages owed in both strength of front end and in overall capacity. It's her, again, the wider set of her forelegs, her deeper heart at the point of elbow. When you watch her move from the front end, just a commanding difference in terms of her both general appearance and in terms of her body capacity and depth, being fuller at the heart and carrying greater length of body, greater increase in depth going back into the rear rib. Just a deeper, stronger, wider doe throughout than 4, placing over 5 here in mammary system. While commending the tightness of attachment in 4, there's more apparent capacity relative to body size, carrying with that greater total area of support. And in dairy strength, while we'd like to see more strength of bone, she's still sharper and cleaner than was 5. 5, placing over 6, both at rest and on the move. She's stronger over the top line, really one of the most level tops in the class, being stronger in chine and loin. And again, in body capacity, showing more fullness at the broader chest floor, deeper heart than the 6 goat, to whom she yielded a slight advantage in udder capacity. And that was a consideration for the placing. 6 then placing over 7, she just moved so much more comfortably around the mammary system. You can see us standing then. She's standing with greater angulation of hock and stifle inside profile, more level loin, and that carries through with her both at move and on the rest. The one of the strongest udder does in the lineup. We were looking at her for a possible udder placing in 7th place, and it is the mammary system that places 7 over 8. You should know 8 that has a condition affecting her lactation. She's working on a premature lactation, an aborted animal. And the fresh doe today just shows so much more demonstration of capacity relative to size and area of attachment, and even dairiness with due regard to stage of lactation. But she certainly yields in the correctness of top line and rear leg to 8. 8 then placing over 9 for this advantage in general appearance. She's wider through the loin, wider in the rump from thurl to thurl, and longer in the rump than was 9. And in body capacity, her more correct increase and depth and breadth throughout places her over 9. 9 then placing over 10 on the basis of mammary system. Again, another really stylish doe in 10th. I love the levelness of her top line. The doe ahead is more correct in the height of her rear, the overall width of mammary system, walking a bit sounder and stronger on the feet and pasterns, but really love the top line about this next doe, and it is her levelness of top line and her general appearance that places 10 over a beautifully uddered doe in 11. A doe who shows more her back and chine. In her turn, again, just more level and stronger throughout over a doe to whom she yielded in udder capacity. 11 then placing over 12, again in mammary system, more extreme in terms of the overall width of the rear udder, extension of fore udder, and in body capacity, she's deeper in the barrel, being longer, wider in rear rib, and shows more strength as well over the back and the chine in a relative terms. 12 placing over 13 as she excels in her turn in body capacity, just showing again more width in relation to size. Additionally, in her structural strength, a little more strength of bone and freedom from frail. 13. 13 over 14 here as we're moving down the line while admiring the depth, especially relative to the doe ahead. There's more secure mammary attachment throughout in the does who come ahead. So it was her longer forudder, her stronger lateral support, and her wider rear udder that placed 13 over 14. But commending her depth of body, which places her over 15, especially through her depth of broader, deeper barrel, longer rib, more width in relation to size than 15. 15 over 16, I preferred the udder shape, being more correct in teat length, longer in fore udder, and having more balance and symmetry in its udder shape and side profile than 16, and a bit more soundness in foreleg and from front view than 16. 16 over 17, particularly her stronger back. I certainly commend the levelness of her top line, and it is her stronger, more level chine, her longer back, and her more nearly level rump that places her over 17. 17 then over 18. Here as we're moving further down the line, a lovely doe inside profile in 18, but the does ahead show more apparent capacity of mammary system relative to size and carrying with that greater area of udder attachment. 18 over 19th, the doe in 19th, was particularly admired for the width of her rear udder, beautiful rear view on the mammary system, But the does ahead are more correct in front end structure and strength and more level of top, especially we see them on the move as compared to 19. Then 19 over 20. And here, as we move on down the line, the more preferred udder shape with greater extension of fore udder, correctness and strength of medial is in 19 over 20. And again, not quite the strength of feet and legs to move her higher in the lineup. And then 20 placing over a doe that we held in the line, just beautiful udder capacity about her. And certainly that made her place over the balance of the class. But in terms of balance, the balance evenness between halves of the udder is really a strong consideration in not being able to move her higher in the lineup today. Thank you. Sorry, I hope you have a thing with you.
Moving over to ring 2, Nubian 4-year-olds here. Nubian 4-year-olds, 22 entries. We had no cut in this class. Inside profile, in order, are our mammary system placements. Our mammary system placements, first udder is on our second place doe. Our second place udder is on our first place doe. And our third place udder is on the fourth place doe. And mammary system placements, just a lovely mammary system on this first doe. So excellent and exceptional in her rear udder height, an extension of fore udder, the lateral ligament across the body wall. When viewed from the rear, there's just a bit more appropriate amount of definition to the udder floor. And teeth placement that is right on the money, the 2/3 the distance to the medial suspensory ligament. But specifically, it is the extreme height over 2, making the first udder placing. We'll talk about the class placing later. Our second udder in first place over our third udder in fourth place. Again, when you view from the rear, you can actually see the more preciseness of the teat placement, plumb and perpendicular to the ground without outward orientation. And while granting rear udder arch, she does have more height. And then inside profile, the capacity inside profile goes into the escutcheon higher. And we also felt that the teats are more medium length than we're seeing in our third udder. Our third udder doe, you can see this tremendous rear udder arch, fully functional in capacity to this mammary system, showing the production for the Nubian breed today. She excels in the capacity over our third place doe. She excels in the height to the rear udder over our fifth place doe. She excels in the shape to the udder floor, a more udder cleft, a stronger udder support medial suspensory ligament over our sixth place. She shows us more capacity to the rear udder attachment over our seventh place doe. Our eighth place doe has a condition affecting her lactation. She has a longer fore udder and more shape to the udder floor to warrant her mammary placement. Moving on now, our animals will move in their correct class placement order at this time. And while granting our class winner grants the first place mammary system, our scorecard instructs our judges in evaluation of defects, and our first doe has no moderate defects. So it's an academic lesson in strengths in general appearance, particularly pastern strength and shoulder assembly. It's the finer details that make a national class winner in accordance with our scorecard, with our judges' code of ethics. This doe, it has the smoothness of blending in front end assembly, a tighter junction of the shoulder blade to the wither, fuller in the crops at the back, a stronger rear pastern, and in upholding our ideal in the preamble of our scorecard, maintaining her correctness to this age, maturity of age 4. And so it's an academic lesson, but just a lovely doe that you can see on live stream in the second place doe, and that is the reason she is in second. 2/3 for this extraordinary mammary system, the tremendous width to the rear udder, the overall roundness and shape that she has. She also excels in dairy strength as well, the length of bone pattern and neck. Yes, we did change the placement. I never like to do that, but you really have to do the right. These goats only live this year and they could go uneven or never have this opportunity to shine again. And it's so important to do justice to the goats. And so respectfully, it was the right thing to change the placement in the class. But it is for the dairy strength. Yes, she grants some pastern strength to the 3. 3/4 general appearance, levelness in back and the loin. She uses the rear legs with more ease of motion around her mammary system. It has a smoother front end assembly when looking over the top of it down, with a tighter junction of the shoulder blade to the wither and inside profile from neck to wither. 4/5 are two similar body style does. We did obviously mention the advantage in 4/5 in mammary system, particularly for the height of the capacity of the rear udder, but she has more angulation about the stifle and the rear leg than we're seeing in 5, and in dairy strength, more space between the rib. 5/6, we'll move our first line forward, please. 5, placing over 6, this tremendous capacious body and barrel that she has, body depth that she excels, and also in mammary system in the technical aspects of having more shape to the udder floor with more cleft. And you can see the forudder does not break inside profile, unlike 6. 6/7 mammary system, more roundness and shape, the third of the mammary capacity in front of and behind the rear leg, and more rear udder height and capacity into the escutcheon that we're seeing in 7. 7/8. Our 8th place doe at a disadvantage this year. She did have a condition affecting her lactation 1 month before, and so she is brought into milk, and we certainly love the levelness in back, but not quite the dairiness and freedom of conditioning, and not quite the bloom to the mammary system that we'll see another year. 8/9, though, for this lovely front end assembly, one of the best front ends in the class with the extension of brisket and fullness at point of elbow. She has more depth and width in chest floor. She's stronger about the front leg and straighter in front leg and side profile than 9. 9/10, body capacity, much deeper throughout, increasing depth of body in this mature silhouette over a more immature looking doe in our mature aged class. And she also excels in her general appearance in term of a shorter pastern than 10. We'll move them forward. 10 placing over 11. Beautiful dairy style and elegance here on this youthful appearance of this doe, and it is her dairiness and openness and ribbing, freedom of excess conditioning, in her turn in general appearance, a doe that has a more attractive slope to the rump and side profile from hip to pin, and more ease of motion with her rear legs, walking with more perpendicularity from hock to pastern and ease of motion around the mammary system than 11, although granting that depth of body. 11/12. 11/12 at this time. Our 12th place, so just not full in the mammary system. And it is the mammary capacity that we see in 11/12, the height to the rear udder attachment. She is deeper in barrel as well in body capacity. 12/13, the structure to this doe, very correct, particularly in front end assembly, length of bone pattern that she shows us. She has more body capacity than 13 in the depth of body. When we look at the mammary system, although not as full up at the top of the rear udder, certainly has more extension to forudder and teats and more medium circumference than 13. 13/14 is more upstanding in general appearance, taller in the front end than she is at the rump, more nearly level in the loin, and more angulated about the rear leg and side profile. 14/15, we'll move the line forward, please. 14 places over 15 for the advantage that she shows us in dairy strength. We see more length, leanness of neck. She is more highly arched in flank, leaner in thigh than 15. 15/16, mammary system. The mammary is more correctly placed on the body wall than 16, and being directly underneath the pelvis and not being so far behind. And so the rear udder blending inside profile is more correct in 15/16. 16 placing over 17, a doe in general appearance that is stronger and straighter in the chine, has even more correctness in front and assembly with the front leg directly underneath the wither, really showcasing that extension of brisket. She will grant more correct mammary placement to our doe in 17, which is why she appears to have a longer foreudder attachment. 17 over 18, general appearance, rear legs, less tendency of turning in at the hocks, more angulation. She walks with less labored motion around the ring in her locomotion, and her turn is more level and back today. 18 over 19, so capacious in body, but just not full in mammary and the labored motion of the rear legs. She does excel 19 in body capacity, in her increasing depth in the thoracic capacity and her mammary capacity, fully functional at mature age. 19 over 20, advantage in general appearance. You can see the levelness in the back even before they put the top line down. She maintains the levelness in the loin and has a more attractive slope of rump from hip to pin and a stronger rear pasture. 20 over our next two does and mammary system for balance and symmetry on either side of the medial suspensory ligament over the doe that stands in 22, and for the advantage of rear udder capacity over our doe in 21. We certainly appreciate the correct breed character about the head and the Nubians, the depth of body style that these mature does show us. Again, mammaries were 2, 1, and 4 for our 4-year-old class.
Results from 4-year-old Alpine, sponsored by Iron Rod French Alpines of Leslie and Larry Sidwell. First goes to Miss Michigan. First and first udder goes to Miss Michigan, exhibited by Tammy Tuller. Second and third udder goes to Zebra Twinkie, exhibited by Josie Savins. Third to Shining Moon Canocti by Mickey Colfax. Fourth and second udder goes to Hard Luck Hollow RSB Stardust, exhibited by Kathy Walters. Fifth goes to GCH Harmony OAA OSA's. I'm sorry, I do not have the rest of that name. Exhibited by Harmony Alpines. Six goes to Destiny, exhibited by Elena Morse. Seventh, Hawk Hills Farm Bee, exhibited by Kathy Kelly. Eighth to GCH Harmony RHFR Reggae by Harmony Alpines. Ninth to Roburn's KVZ Sorry by Carly Santagello. 10th to Kickapoo Valley Chaotic Moments by exhibited by Ed Jadlowski. 11th to Hoofprint Dairy Sip of Brandy, exhibited by Caitlin Massarone. 12th to Roburn's KVZ Layla, exhibited by Carly Santagello. 13th to CH Rancho Cabra by Kemma Lynn, exhibited by Maggie Arnold. 14th to Sheen Blanc WPC Victoria, exhibited by Emily Tucker. 15th to CH Maplewind Fontaine, exhibited by Caroline Warren. 16th to Hard Luck Hollow Iconic Tiff, exhibited by Kathy Walters. 17th to GCH Harmony Accolade Stella by Harmony Alpines. 18th to Hopeful Meadows Tulip by Hope Mullins. 19th to White Birch Acres Nettle by White Birch Acres Ferguson. And 20th to Caracol PGW Annika exhibited by Hope Hitch. The results of the 4-year-old Alpine Youth Show. First goes to Sheen Blanc WPC Victoria exhibited by Emily Tucker. Second to CH Maple Wind Fontaine exhibited by Caroline Warren. Third to Hopeful Meadows Tulip by Hope Mullins. And fourth to Caracol PGW Annika by Hope Hitch. Results of the 4-year-old Nubian Milkers, sponsored by Humleet's Nubian Dairy Goats of Marlene and Noah Thorpe. Attention in the barn, 5 and 6-year-old Nubians are in the ring. If you have a 5 and 6-year-old Nubian, you need to be in the ring now. Results for the 4-year-old Nubians. First and second udder goes to SG Wost Hove BM Bella by Heather Hartz. Second and first udder goes to Wost Hove JM Marmalade, also by Heather Hartz. Third goes to Frog Flat Ladybird, exhibited by Christine Magwiper. Fourth and third udder to J&M Hideaway Bella Cotta by Glenda Noble. Fifth to J&M Hideaway AB Bella V by Glenda Noble. Sixth to SG Wost Hove FM Apex, exhibited by Heather Arts. Seventh to Blissberry Shut Up and Dance, exhibited by Sarah Cohen Wahlberg. Eighth to Homebrew DG Reflect Rosary, exhibited by Holly Baroker. Ninth to GCH Homebrew KRG Marbella, exhibited by Holly Baroker. 10th to Quarter Mile Celebration, exhibited by Nicole Peck. 11th to Homebrew BLF Kaisley Karma, exhibited by Holly Baroker. 12th goes to Begley Troubled Acre Boomer, exhibited by Lisa Begley. 13th goes to Starfire's BBB Orion Nubuela, exhibited by Helen Snyder. 14th goes to Frog Flat Pink Cashmere, Jeanette Jones. 15th, Scotch Briar I Have a Dream, Andrea Hamilton Larry. 16, CCA Blackberries TV Tesla, exhibited by Thon, Liz, Bell, and Winnie Duong. 17th to Blissberry Malibu Black, exhibited by Amanda Obb. 18th goes to Blissberry MD Louisiana, exhibited by Sarah Cohen Wahlberg. 19th to Never Fail Song of Victory, exhibited by Jacob and Heather Massermore. And 20th goes to Daisy Hill Farm Up, Up and Away by Faith Schultz. Results from the youth show for the 4-year-old Nubians. First goes to CA Blackberry's TB Tesla, exhibited by Belle Duong. And second to Daisy Hill Farm Up, Up and Away by Faith Schultz. Sarah Cohen Wahlberg, we are looking for a 5 and 6-year-old from you. 3 5 and 6-year-olds in the Nubian ring. Sarah Cohen Wahlberg to the ring. The La Mancha Milkout will begin at 1 p.m. today. Milkout volunteers, please report to the ADGA office as soon as possible. If you're looking for opportunities to volunteer, we are still looking for Milkout help, so please report to the ADGA office as soon as possible. The production award for the 4-year-old Alpines is GCH Harmony Reggae's Encore with 2,970 pounds and 286 days. Congratulations. Noah Brown and Sarah Cohen Wahlberg, we are looking for your 5 and 6-year-old Nubians in the ring. Noah Brown and Sarah Cohen Wahlberg to the ring with your 5 and 6-year-old Nubians. The Nubian 5 and 6-year-old class is complete. The feed vendor will be available from noon to 3 every day this week, and ice in 20-pound bags is also available. For more information, please come to the announcer stand. The Sable Milkout will begin at 1:30. Milkout volunteers, if you can please make your way to the ADGA office, that would be great. This is the first call for 7 and over, both Alpines and Nubians. First call for 7 and over and Alpines and Nubians.
This is our class of Nubian 5 and 6-year-olds with 27 entries here. We will make a cut of dismissing our head to tail line here. Again, these are mature aged animals, age 5 and older. And again, we know that there's a lot of management things that come into play coming to the national show and traveling your goats so that way they eat and they fill their mammary systems. And we had some unexpected activity yesterday and that could impact some does are not quite full and capacious. Some does are showing some age-related wear and tear in feet and pasterns, or just don't quite have the roundness and shape, the extension of foreudder or the rear udder arches that we see in the line that we're going to retain here. So we do appreciate your exhibition and coming out. We're going to let you get your age does prepared or your group classes prepared. So thank you so much for coming in. Let's give our exhibitors a round of applause as they exit. Thank you.
The production winner for the 4-year-old Nubians is Blissberry Shut Up and Dance, exhibited by Sarah Cohen Wolberg, with a production of 2,990 pounds in 278 days. Congratulations.
Okay, this is the final order of placing for the Alpine 5 to 6-year-old milking does here at the 2022 American Dairy Goat Association National Dairy Goat Show. The udder placings for this class will be 1, 2, and 3. A quick comment on the class. It might have seemed like we were working hard, and we were. The first doe we found her way to the top of the class very quickly. And then the next group of does who followed, we have a group of about, we're all contesting those next higher placings, and then another group behind them with maybe not quite the overall strength of mammary system or especially width in relation to size or front end strength. And so the class kind of fell into groups. The first doe we thought really handily topped the line for her advantage in mammary system. And first in mammary system placing alones, it's again 1, 2, and 3. And so 1 on udder alone, 1 placing over 2 for her higher rear udder. The udder blends more correctly into the escutcheon and side profile, and she shows a greater extension in her width of lateral support as compared to 2, just really all around greater area of attachment on a more capacious udder in 1 over 2. 2 placing over 3, the third doe is in extended lactation. She's been milking 26 months, I believe, since her last freshening. So she really has worked every year of her productive life, and it's been 2 years since her last freshening. So we were considering that and evaluating capacity relative to some of them behind. But on mammary system alone, 2 was placing over 3. We just felt that she carried the width up higher into the escutcheon as she shows today. She was more secure in the forerudder attachment, and especially as it blends into the lateral support as compared to 3, but while blending in the correctness of blending of rear udder and side profile to the extended lactation doe in 3. Back to general place, and then 3 over the balance of the class compared to the next group of does in line, really admirable capacity an area of attachment about them, but the correctness of udder shape, the balance and symmetry really was with the doe standing in third, who will be third udder. Getting back to the general placing, then 1 over 2 on the basis first of her commanding advantage in mammary system, owing to her higher rear udder, the more correct blending of rear udder and strength of rear udder and side profile, and again the greater extension, especially in fore udder, but in width of lateral support compared to 2. In general appearance, she also excels just a longer bone pattern throughout, stronger over the top, and wider over the top through the loin, and wider through the rump as well, just a greater depth and capacity throughout as well. 2 placing over 3, then some harder placings, but starting with the doe excelling, we thought first in mammary system because of the carrying the greater width to mammary system and extension of 4, and just a little more upstanding doe, longer bone pattern throughout as compared to 3. And even with due regard to stage of lactation, a slight advantage is owed today in her dairy strength, owing to her leanness and sharpness throughout, but with due consideration to stage of lactation. But a close placing in our next group of animals. 3 placing over 4, the extended lactation doe over the fresh doe behind her. The mammary system is more correct in the teat length and delineation. It's more correct in the strength and blending of rear udder and side view than was the next doe. And in general appearance, her stronger top line, her greater strength in blending at the point of shoulder and in front end placed her over extremely dairy individual in 4. 4 placing over 5, the fifth doe again, a doe that we worked in higher in the line, and while really appreciating the strength of her attachment and the blending of attachment, the doe ahead excels in her overall balance and depth. She's longer in the rear rib, shows greater increase in depth going back into the barrel, greater dairiness in her openness throughout. And so just the more balanced doe in her capacity, her openness, and her strength over 5. 5 placing over 6 in her turn, both walking and standing more correctly as a matter of degree in her front legs and in the strength of her back, especially from the chine on into the loin. But 2 very similar udders in terms of, and to be commended for their strength of udder attachment. 6 placing over 7th in her turn, stronger feet and legs and pastern, and as a matter of degree, more correctness and length of forudder over a somewhat similar pattern doe in 7. 7 placing over 8th, again, just an elegant top line and side view and attractive dairiness about the 8th placing doe. 7 is placing over 8th because she carries greater width to the mammary system up higher into the escutcheon. She shows greater balance in her width in relation to size, a little neater teat size and shape, but more defined by the width and how she carries her width up higher into the escutcheon than 8. 8 placing over 9th in general appearance. It's her stronger feet and pasterns, both fore and rear, and her more level top line, as previously mentioned, especially in the loin over 9. 9 then placing over 10th. As a matter of degree, more correct in front end assembly. The forelegs come to rest more properly under the withers. She shows less exaggerated motion to front end on the move and more prominence of brisket as a matter of degree than 10. 10 placing over 11th at the head of the line. The mammary system that she carries is more correct in its medial suspensory support and more correct in the overall capacity of mammary system relative to size than our beautifully top doe in 11. 11 over 12 for her advantage in general appearance. And again, they're both very level in top, but this more correct foreleg structure. And in dairy strength, she's much leaner and just greater freedom from general muscularity than 12. 12 over 13 having more correct usage of the rear legs with more proper angulation of hock and stifle and moving more easily around the mammary system, and a deeper body doe than 13. 13 over 14, her mammary system has greater mammary capacity relative to body size, carrying with that more total area of udder support. And that's a primary reason for placing, also more correct shape to the floor of the udder. 14 then placing over 15 in her turn. Again, stronger feet and legs on a long doe with a much longer bone pattern. Just a sort of longer made doe, greater length of rib, greater stretch and balance to her throughout. And in body capacity, her greater length and breadth throughout does create an advantage. 15 then placing over 16. As I move on down the line, then those well, certainly admired the length of body relative to the doe ahead when talking about 15 and 16. While admiring her length, the doe ahead, the udder is more securely attached, less freer from motion as she travels than 16. It is her 16, the strength of her general appearance that places her over 17, the dark chamois doe. The forelegs come to rest more properly under her. She tracks more correctly in the feet and legs, both fore and rear, and with more proper angulation to hock and side profile. Then a really lovely udder doe in 17. 17 then placing over 18 for her higher, more secure rear udder attachment, the stronger fore udder attachment, and as a matter of degree, more correct teat shape and placement over 18. 18 then excelling in body capacity because of her greater depth of fore rib and heart and carrying that depth more into the rear barrel than was 19, and walking on stronger pasterns as well. 19 then placing over 20, but first in dairy strength. She's just a sharper, angular individual, more openness to her throughout, and the mammary system sits more properly on the body wall, avoiding tilting more so than 20. 20 then placing over 21, having a more capacious udder that also is more correct in the strength of its medial suspensory support and more correct in the symmetry and capacity to rear udder than was the next doe in line. And then she places the chocolate belted doe, again in mammary system that, while certainly admiring the length of bone about the her more correct shape of the rear udder from rear view and the teat shape and delineation makes it hard to move her higher in the line, but really commending her dairy strength.
Results from the Alpine 5 and 6-year-old class, sponsored by Emily Thompson with Caracal Alpines. First udder goes to GCH Harmony HVV Ataras Za, exhibited by Harmony Alpines. Second udder goes to Ironrod SHL Chanel, exhibited by Leslie Sidwell. Third udder goes to Jezebel, exhibited by Craig Koopman. Fourth is to Shining Moon Haute Couture by Mickey Colfax. Fifth is GCH Harmony RHTS Arios Ka, exhibited by Harmony Alpines. Sixth was Ironrod SHM Arpege, exhibited by Leslie Sidwell. Seventh is Rainbow Colors AAV Papaya with Rick and Gwen Musselman. Eighth is GCH Chateaubriand's Brooklyn, exhibited by Phil Cassette. 9 is Fieldilly Reno's Hazy Halo, exhibited by Devin Miller. 10 is Deja Insight Road Jazz, exhibited by Erica Streeter. 11th is CH Maple Wind Fascination, exhibited by Caroline Warren. 12th is Hard Luck Hollow WFNS Valley Girl, exhibited by Kathy Walters. 13th is GCH Chateaubriand's Blair, exhibited by Phil Cassette. 14th is Maplewind Fame, exhibited by Laura Warren Hughes. 15th is Nestor Acres WPL Dreams, exhibited by Brenda Leitner. 16th is GCH Roburn's KVC Amity, exhibited by Victoria Fiango. 17th is White Birch Acres Arnica by White Birch Acres Ferguson. 18th was GCH Chateaubriand's Jacqueline, exhibited by Phil Cassette. 19th was Lady K HHV Jackie Frost by Adriana Adams. And 20th was Tunnels End Betsy, exhibited by Jay Clark. Results of the 5 and 6-year-old Alpine Youth Show. First goes to Field Lily Reno's Hazy Halo, exhibited by Devin Miller. Second to CH Maple Wind Fascination, exhibited by Caroline Warren. Third is GCH Roburn's KVC Amity, exhibited by Victoria Fiango. Fourth to Lady K HHV Jackie Frost by Adriana Adams. And fifth to Tunnels End Azaro Bet by Joseph Clark. Our judge today for the Nubians is Mark Baden. In 1982, Mark became a member of ADGA with his first registered dairy goat, a 50% experimental Alpine Nubian kid, one of his 4-H projects. Through the use of ADGA programs, he upgraded his herd into a nationally competitive breeding program under the Olentangy herd name. 40 years later, every doe in his current herd traces their lineage back to that very first 4-H doeling. He earned his first ADGA judge's license in 1992, and then Mark has judged numerous shows across the United States, Mexico, Canada, and Australia. He achieved his judging tenure in 2009 as an ADGA advanced judge. In 2012, Mark was elected to the ADGA Board of Directors representing District 7. He is currently a member of the Information Management, Finance, and Shows Committees and has been an ADGA linear appraiser for the last 10 years. The Olentangy herd is enrolled in ADGA Plus, participating annually in linear appraisal, DHIR, and DNA typing. His herd exhibits as many shows and fairs throughout the West each show season. Mark is a 1993 alumnus of The Ohio State University, where he earned a Bachelor of Science degree and flew for the Ohio State flight team while an undergraduate at OSU. In 1999, Mark moved to the Pacific Northwest to begin his career as an air traffic controller at the Seattle en route air traffic control facility just outside Seattle, Washington. He was a traffic manager management coordinator for the Federal Aviation Administration before retiring from the federal service last summer. It's a great honor to have been voted in by the membership for the sixth time to judge the ADGA National Show. It is always exciting to return to Harrisburg, where I attended my first national show in 1993. 20 years later, the National Show Week is still as exciting as ever, whether you're a spectator, exhibitor, or judge. I know how much sacrifice, work, and effort is required of exhibitors to make the trip and share with them this great passion to showcase our dairy goats to the public. This is just one of the many things that we enjoy hearing from Mark today. Thank you. Consulting Mark is Judge Jeremy Lesniak. Jeremy Lesniak hails from the quiet Mohawk Valley in central New York. When not in the barn, he can be found at Bassick Medical Center, Cooperstown, working as an oncology nurse. His dairy goat career started in 1996 as a 4-H project and has continued as a family affair since then under the herd name Lesniak Hill. The farm's focus is on raising Alpines, Toggenburgs, and La Manchas. Jeremy and his family has enjoyed success at many national shows, including one Reserve Junior Champion, a La Mancha Best Udder, 2 different Toggenburg Reserve Grand Champions, a Toggenburg Reserve Junior Champion, as well as being the 2017 Toggenburg Premier Breeder and Exhibitor. Jeremy began his path to judging in 2007 and has had the honor to judge all over the country. He had the great opportunity to judge youth showmanship at the 2017 ADGA National Show in Madison, Wisconsin. The first opportunity to judge the ADGA National Show in 2022 is one that he has looked forward to for a long time. He is very grateful for the opportunity to see such beautiful does and to promote the wholesome and rewarding atmosphere in the world of dairy goat competition. Jeremy graduated from SUNY Potsdam in 2002 with a BS in mathematics and secondary education. He graduated from Mohawk Valley Community College in 2011 with an associate degree in nursing and received a BSN from the University of Rochester in 2019. He resides with his wife, Kate, and sons Will and Hayes in Schuyler, New York. Thank you. Attention in the barn. Our 7 and over Alpines are currently in the ring. If you have a first or second milking doe for the Alpine breed, please be making your way ringside. Again, first and second place Alpine milkers to ringside.
These are our alpine milking does, ages 7 years and older. These are 7 and 8-year-old does in the final order of placing. The mammary system's udder placings are 1, and then in a close placing, going back to the third doe for second udder, and then the second doe for third udder. So the udders are 1, 3, and 2. And I always enjoy seeing the age doe, really of any breed, but appreciate the soundness in function, the correctness of udder support, and the uniformity of dairy strength that we see throughout the entire class. So not to take away from the strengths of the lower placing animals, but in this class we had a group that really worked their way to the top of the lineup, acknowledging that from the foot of the line on forward, a really sound, functioning does, and really a delight to have them here. So we really thank the breeders for bringing out these age does. Starting with a fairly handy top in the class, one was placing over 2 for her advantage in mammary system. She shows greater extension of forudder, more correct strength of medial, and more correct teat shape and delineation as compared to 2. In general appearance, a slight advantage is owed to a bit more strength of feet and pasterns and chine, but a similar pair of does in terms of their overall form. 2 placing over 3, first in the basis of general appearance, it is her really commanding advantage in front end structure and front legs, finding her fuller at the heart at the point of elbow, wider instead of foreleg, straighter instead of foreleg in side view than was 3. And she's a longer made doe, and in turn, her body capacity is greater owing to her greater depth, especially of rear barrel, but also of the heart, and greater width in relation to size. In mammary systems, they're relatively close, but leaning back to the third doe, based on more correct shape of the udder more than anything, and a bit more convenient teat shape and length, a more correct shape to floor of udder as compared to then 3 as compared to the second placing doe ahead. But the mammary system is really not a factor in this placing because of the strength of general appearance and the power of body capacity in 2 over 3. 3 and in mammary systems, then the second doe in her turn placed over the balance of the class. Loved the shape of mammary system. About 4, she would have been the next consideration, but the security of attachment, the tightness of rear attachment, and freedom of motion to the udder warranted the third doe, the second placing doe, to be the third udder in class. Overall, then 3 places over 4 on the basis of mammary system, with a higher rear udder, greater width and lateral support, and just more security of udder attachment compared to 4. Mammary system is the primary reason for placing. 4 placing over 5, just beautiful general appearance, inside profile on 5. The does ahead have more apparent capacity to mammary system relative to body size today, and are showing greater evidence of dairy strength because of their greater openness and leanness, general leanness, as compared to 5. 5 then in turn over 6 for this advantage in general appearance, again showing more length over the top line, especially more length in the loin and length and levelness of rump from hips to pins. And again, she's just a longer made doe with more width throughout than really lovely udder shaped doe in 6. 6 placing over 7 for this more correct shape to mammary system and balance, and as well in general appearance as a matter of degree. She's sounder and stronger through the shoulders than was 7. And then 7 placing over 8, again in her own right, the 8 though is to be commended for the udder capacity that she has and the soundness of her udder, holding up over so many years of productive life. In this comparison, these longer made does with more capacity of body really hold the advantage today. Thank you. Again, the udders were 1, 3, and 2. First and second in classes. Oh, they're winners.
We are now ready to select our champion Alpine. Can the first and second place winners from each class now enter the ring? I just announced it. Do I need to do it again? I think so. The production winner for the 5 and 6-year-old Alpines goes to GCH Harmony HVV Atars Zamara, exhibited by Harmony Alpines, with a production of 4,040 pounds in 295 days. Congratulations. Results of the 7 and over Alpines, sponsored by Harmony Alpines with Vicky Larson. First udder goes to McCann Farms Fancy, exhibited by Ed Jadlowski. Second and third udder to Hard Luck Hollow WAE Vita, exhibited by Kathy Walters. Third and second udder goes to GCH White Birch Acres Catnip with White Birch Acres Ferguson. Fourth goes to CH Hawks Hill Farm KL, exhibited by Kathy Kelly. Fifth to SGCH Maple Wind Charming Fanfare, exhibited by Laura Warren. Sixth to CH White Birch Acres Juniper, exhibited by White Birch Acres Ferguson. Seventh to CH Sunrising Charmer Madison with Maggie Arnold. And eighth to Lady K WFS Flurry with Abriana Adams. Results for the Embedded Youth Show. First goes to Lady K WFS Flurry with Abriana Adams. Production awards for the 7 and over Alpines goes to McCann Farms Fancy, exhibited by Ed Jadlowski, with a total production of 3,050 pounds in 284 days. Congratulations. Our judge today is Dr. Joan Dean Rowe. Joan has been judging dairy goats since 1974. This will be her 14th time judging at an ADGA national show, and she has been active in ADGA committee work for many years and is currently a District 8 director, member of the executive committee, and is the first vice president. Her ADGA committee activities include judges training, linear appraisal, and production testing committees. She recently retired as a veterinarian on the faculty at University of California, Davis School of Veterinary Medicine and is a past president of the American Association of Small Ruminant Practitioners. Joan became involved with dairy goats through 4 H and continues to have a strong interest in youth programs. She and her husband Charlie raise a small herd of Toggenburg dairy goats in Northern California under the Rose Toggenburg's herd name. Although they show only regionally, they bred and have owned the two ADGA National GCH Toggenburgs in 1999 and 2019 and reserved GCH Toggenburg in 2009 and was premier Toggenburg breeder exhibitor at each of the 4 ADGA national shows in which they have competed, most recently in 2019. Rose Toggenburg's bucks appear regularly as sires of winning does at ADGA national shows and as premier Toggenburg sire at multiple ADGA national shows. They maintain a focus on longevity and productivity, with many of their does appearing on the ADGA Toggenburg top 10 production lists. The herd uses the ADGA linear appraisal to assist with genetic selection for functional type, DNA genotyping, and has been on continuous DHIR test for many years. Joan is honored to be chosen as the 2022 ADGA National Show judge and looks forward to working with the exhibitors and judging outstanding animals. She welcomes visitors and exhibitors to the 2022 ADGA National Show. Joan will be judging the Alpine and the recorded grade breeds and will be consulting judge for the Nigerian dwarf breed. Stepping in as our consulting judge is Pete Snyder. Pete has been judging since 1990 and breeding La Manchas, Alpines, and Nubian since 1970 under the Brookwood herd name. He has judged at 4 national shows and is currently serving as the District 2 Director and Chair of the Syracuse Convention. Please join me in thanking both of our judges for being here today.
Coming into place is our Nubian 5 and 6-year-olds. We'll give these set of reasons before our Alpine National Championship in Dr. Rouse ring. 5 and 6-year-olds mammary placements are 1, 2, 3 in order. In a mammary system, again, beautiful, productive mammary systems on all three of these doses, and it's just fractions make the difference in the placement in mammary system. When we look at the mammary system in our 35-point category, the quality, the 6-point balance and symmetry, the roundness and shape behind the rear leg. And again, we're looking for that 1/3 of the capacity behind the rear leg, but also correct teat placement, that we have the uniform amount of mammary system in front of the teat and behind the teat as well. It's not just the leg, but it's also the placement of where the teat is. When we look at the 1 and 2, we do have more roundness and capacity, and we have the shape. We do have actual measurable longer length of foreudder attachment, the amount of mammary system that is in front of the teat, and the amount of mammary system going up above the teat and across the body wall into the flank, a fuller flank as well. Makes our first udder over 2 placing over 3. And again, perhaps it's a personal preference when you look at the teats, just fantastic teats diameter in 1/2. It's it matches the amount of capacity more visually, aesthetically. 2/3, it is for a more exact teat placement when viewed from the rear. More exact teat length of more medium length over our 3rd place doe, and the rear udder height, significant advantage over our 3rd place doe. And our 3rd place doe, in a close placement over our 4th place doe, it is the function, capacity, area of udder attachment, the width to the rear udder over our 4th doe. It is the height over our 5th doe, is the teat delineation and diameter over our 6th doe, shape to udder floor over our 7th doe, and just lovely mammary systems. Now we turn them inside profile for our class placement at this time. And again, dairy strength. This is a mature doe of age 5, excelling in length of bone pattern, the femininity in front end, the leanness and a longer neck, cleaner about the throat, more open and ribbing. She is more highly arched in flank. And I know that sounds like a lame reason, but it shows off that foreudder attachment. We can see the length there. And but general appearance is the final difference. Rear leg angulation about the stifle, levelness in back and the loin over 2 placing over 3 in her turn. General appearance in the back and a more correct in front end assembly, the tighter junction of the shoulder blade to the wither with more fuller, well supported crop, allowing for more levelness and chine. A doe a little freer of excess conditioning as well. Behind the elbow than 3/4. We talked about the mammary already. We can all see that body capacity inside profile, the depth of body that she has. But general appearance, there's trade-offs. We love the back on the doe and 4, but wow, the loin is so wide and the rump is so wide and level and long on our doe and 3 as well. 4/5 general appearance, big difference here. Our 5th place doe had a little difficulty. We're glad she made it through the class. Difficulty in walking and impacting her general appearance and how we evaluate her. More correct in rear legs today and showing us more upstandiness, dairy strength, beautiful texture to skin and leanness and neck and femininity. 5/6 today, an advantage in her turn in mammary system. Teats more desirable circumference and diameter, and also showing us more mammary capacity, wider rear udder arch, body capacity as well, and the depth of her barrel. 6/7, we'll walk the line forward, please. 6 placing over 7, general appearance. She walks with more impressive front end carriage with a tighter junction of the shoulder blade of the wither. We're starting to see a little bit of separation at the back of the shoulder and the crop area on this lovely silver doe in 7. She also excels in mammary system and the shape to the udder floor, the definition and cleft of the halves of the mammary system when viewed from behind over 7. 7/8, mammary system in her turn and the capacity higher into the escutcheon, showing us more height to that rear udder attachment. In her turn, general appearance, showing us more extension of brisket, a chest floor more parallel to the ground with less upward motion. 8/9 at advantage today in her body capacity, wider in chest floor, increasing depth of body. Not necessarily, she grants the height to the rear udder attachment to our our doe in 9, but we certainly really appreciate the extension of for her as well. 9 over 10, in her turn, a smaller frame doe over a large doe, but in general appearance more correct in the front legs and side profile. A doe walking with more ease of motion around the mammary system and holding her levelness in the back longer without having to be set over 10. 10 placing over 11 will walk forward, please. It's really the dairy strength and the length of bone pattern throughout. You can see the frame on this doe. When viewed on the move, we compare the two does in back in the area of the chine and loin. She is more level than 11. 11 placing over 12. Beautiful mammary system when viewed from behind, and the height to the rear udder attachment. Teats a more medium length than we're seeing in 12. 12 placing over 13. General appearance. Beautiful uphill stance on this doe, and the correct alignment of the front leg directly underneath the wither with the more smoothness of blending from the neck to the wither over 13. 13 over 14, dairy strength, freedom of excess conditioning with more space between the ribs that's more angulated toward the flank. When you looked at the flank and the depth of barrel and body capacity, she's also deeper than 14. 14 over 15, mammary system, more appropriate mammary capacity in relation to her body size, more shape to the udder floor created by a stronger medial suspensory ligament than 15. 15 placing over 16 today, body capacity, the extension of brisket and depth of chest, increasing depth of body over 16. 16 placing over 17 today for the advantage in her turn and general appearance and front end assembly, more smoothly blended at the point of shoulder to chest wall with not the accentuated extension of brisket that's not as smoothly blended as 17. We'll move our line forward. 17 placing over 18 in mammary system, more rear udder arch. We're seeing teats that are more plumb, perpendicular to the ground, and of more medium length than the silver doe. She also, while not as long body doe, is showing us more depth of body and body depth in 18. 18 placing over 19 is dairy strength, showing us more length of neck and openness and ribbing. This is a doe in her general appearance, so more correct in the strength of the front leg when viewed from the front with less tendency of turning out from the knee down. And 19 placing over 20 today for the advantage in her rear legs and general appearance and the ease of motion around her mammary system. Our doe in 20 today, certainly we want to commend for the wonderful capacity to this mammary system and the roundness and shape that she shows us today. Again, that was 5 and 6-year-old Nubians. Mammary systems were 1, 2, and 3. And now here's Dr. Rao with our Alpine National Championship.
See, Mr. Baden is joining us. He's excited about the selection of Champion Alpine, as am I. What a beautiful Alpine show. We're selecting for the National Senior Grand Champion doe from our first place pair of 7-year-olds at the head of the line. Just beautiful general appearance, style, and balance about the 7-year-old doe. Our 5 to 6-year-old, what a mammary behind her, the width and capacity to mammary system, the shape of udder. Our 4-year-old doe, just beautiful in her style and balance. This upstanding, deep, strong uddered 3-year-old doe. If we remember these goes, she's been relieved, not quite as full right now. If we remember him in full milk, staying right with these older does in area of attachment, height and width of rear udder, and just beautiful balance on this 2-year-old young doe. And then again, what evidence of function and beautiful mammary shape, area of attachment, in evidence on this yearling doe at the foot of the line. Our second place winners in very competitive classes stand behind them. Our selection for grand champion today then is a consideration of our first place does. And first, a thanks to Pete Snyder for joining and helping out with the consulting job. We really appreciate that. And again, thanks to the exhibitors. What a beautiful show, and really a pleasure and privilege to judge. So in selecting the senior grand champion today, again, the does that jump out at me, here I think the consideration really does lie in some of our older does, in that, well, just a world of promises and evidence on this really capacious yearling doe. Some of these older does are holding their strength into maturity and excelling a bit in their general appearance, especially in the front end. Just wonderful balance and style and evidence in the Sungao 2-year-old directly ahead of me. Here again, these older girls have all that memory system and more. And so her day perhaps will come with a bit more maturity. And then getting to our top group of animals, tremendous area of udder attachment on a really long-ribbed open 3-year-old doe, a lot of style and levelness about the 4-year-old doe, just tremendous dairiness and mammary system on the 5 to 6-year-old doe, and then beautiful top line and strength held into maturity in the year old doe. So really every doe brings something different to the lineup among these older does, but our champion today will be the second doe in the lineup, the 5 to 6-year-old doe. She had two close competitors in this lineup, our older doe at the head of the line. And then as we look down to the young ones, this 3-year-old really comes out at us for strength and dairiness. As compared to the age doe case, it's her strength of mammary system, the area of udder attachment, the udder capacity relative to size, the dairy strength that she shows owing to her greater sharpness and openness throughout, while yielding a bit in the levelness of her top. The points that she picks up in the mammary system and in dairy strength will carry her over this really sound 7-year-old doe. Compared to the 4-year-old doe, again, here it's the length of her forwarder, the greater width of rear, and an or overall scale, the longer rib, longer made doe that places her over this really, really stylish 4-year-old doe. The 3-year-old doe, another close competitor with her and challenging her for the champion award. In this case, again, she comes to us, our champion, this 5 to 6-year-old, with the strength of mammary system more correct in its shape from rear view and the definition of medial support, that a longer, more convenient teat length. And so it's the overall dimension and strength in mammary, and as well in general appearance when we watch them walk, walking more correctly in the front legs, showing more ease of motion as a matter of degree, a bit around the udder, but really the front legs and strength of back is with our champion of the day. And then the 2-year-old and the yearling does, not to take away from their individual strengths, but with the strength held into maturity on these wonderful older does, they will be the champions does contending for champion today. So again, congratulations, the 5 to 6-year-old. Now, if you could bring the second place 5 to 6-year-old up into the line. And individually in her class, I certainly appreciated the depth of her heart, the shape, especially of her forerudder. But as we move into this class of blue ribbon winners, I think there are other does in the lineup that really are contending based on the stronger rear udders and greater overall depth and strength. And in this case, here I'm looking at, again, close placings, but really looking at the 7-year-old and the 3-year-old in contention for reserve champion. And so as a pair, I'm finding again over these younger does, the strength held into maturity, the correctness of structure in the front end over the yearling, the correctness in width of mammary system in relation to size over the 2-year-old, and as compared to the doe stood second to the champion, the udder strength in particular. And as compared to the 4-year-old, really just a beautiful doe in her style and balance. But I think that there are other does in this lineup that are showing more extreme dairy strength in their length of rib and openness, and a greater area of udder attachment and support depending on the individual. The reserve champion will be the 7 and older doe at the head of the lineup. I do want to move quickly and talk about this 3-year-old doe, because in mammary system, obviously the udder capacity and area of attachment, she has a slight yield in that it's a very correct udder, but there's more dimension to mammary system, and she yields that to the 3-year-old. But as I watch him walk around the ring and watch the ease of motion through the front end or levelness of top line, she moves more correctly over the top line throughout. She moves more correctly in the forelegs than does the 3-year-old doe. Just greater strength in feet and legs throughout and general appearance than I found in the 3-year-old doe. As compared to the doe stood second to the champion, her higher rear udder blending more correctly in side profile was a decided advantage. She's a longer made doe, simply showing more length and balance and strength than I'm seeing in this really stylish 4-year-old doe. And then again, compared to the youngsters at 7 years of age, with the quality of mammary system and the soundness of her feet and legs, they will wait their day. So congratulations, the 7 and older will be reserve champion. And then if we could have our, we will need the junior champions for selection of overall grand champion.
The 2002 ADGA National Show Reserve Champion, sponsored by Caracal Alpines with Emily Thompson, goes to McCann Farm Fancy, exhibited by Ed Jadlowski. Congratulations. And then the champion Alpine for the 2022 National ADGA National Show, sponsored by Michelle Teen, goes to GCH Harmony HVV Atara Zamara, exhibited by Harmony Alpines. Congratulations. Seven and up Nubians, please be ringside and go ahead and begin to enter the ring. Seven and up Nubians, please enter the ring. We are now showing for the 2022 National Grand Alpine Champion.
If you were with us last night, we judged the Junior Alpine Doe Show here at the 2022 American Dairy Goat Association National Show. And these young does, the kids who have joined us in the ring, were selected junior champion and reserve junior champion last evening. So selecting our senior grand champion from the doe at the head of the line, I'm selecting the overall grand champion Alpine Doe of the ADGA National Show from our 5 to 6 year old senior champion, the 7 and older reserve senior champion, the intermediate kid who was our junior champion doe, and then the senior doe kid who was the reserve junior champion doe. And while I admire so much the dariness and style and correctness and promise about these junior does, with the quality and memory system, the evidence of soundness and function held into full maturity, clearly these senior does are at an advantage. So our grand champion 2022 Alpine National Grand Champion Doe will be the 5 to 6-year-old senior champion doe at the head of the line. Congratulations. And the Reserve National Grand Champion Alpine Doe at the 2022 American Dairy Goat Association National Show will be the Reserve Senior Champion, the 7 and older doe. Congratulations. And again, thank you, exhibitors, for a beautiful show. And then
The Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Alpines go to our senior champions of the day. Can we now please have the first place youth from each class enter the ring? Again, just the first place from the embedded youth show enter the ring. Can we please have the first place animals from the embedded youth show enter the ring? First place animals from the embedded youth show, please enter the ring. Results from the 5 and 6-year-old Nubian does, sponsored by Sean and Lori Conway of Conway Farms LLC. First and first udder goes to Big Hoof-Hearted RB Luna, exhibited by Thon, Liz, Bell, and Winnie Duong. Second and second udder to J&M Hideaway AB Desert by Glendale Noble. Third and third udder to J&M Hideaway AB Bella M, exhibited by Glenda Noble. Fourth to Wost Hove JC Heavenly. I'm sorry, the names are not completed on this list. Goes to Heather Arts. 5th to J&M Hideaway Olivia's Victory by Glenda Noble. 6th to Hove IE Wost Hove IE Egret with Christina McGuire. 7th to Urban Acres TB Mustang Sally, exhibited by Thon, Liz, Bell, and Winnie Duong. 8th to J&M Hideaway AB Independent by Glenda Noble. 9th to J&M Hideaway Rhinestone Cowboy by Thomas Coletti. 10th to Never Fail Teasy Lady Liberty, exhibited by Jacob and Heather Masamore. 11th to Santa Ynez Cinderella, exhibited by Thon, Liz, Bell, and Winnie Duong. 12th to Morgan Star AB Jupiter by Joan Carlson. 13th to the Anastasia Praline by Lily Reininghaus. 14th to SG Begley's Troubled Acre Blair with Lisa Begley. 15th to Jacob's Pride HH Forevermore with Glenda Noble. I'm interrupting our regularly scheduled program to announce that we need Mills Hooker with her first place yearling for the embedded youth show. Mills Hooker with your first place embedded youth yearling, please. For the Nubian 5 and 6-year-olds, replace for 15th Jacob's Pride HH Forevermore. With Glenda Noble. 16th to Clarion Tweedledywinks with Nicole Peck. 17th to Cherry Tree Lil Twixie with Brianna Burton. 18th goes to Showtime Minerva Great RDR Showtime Minerva with Grace Toy. 19th to Neverfall Aspiration of Beauty, exhibited by Jacob and Heather Masamore. And 20th to The Sweet GA Peach Lily's Love, exhibited by Lily Reininghaus. Results of the 5 and 6-year-old Nubian Embedded Youth Show. First goes to Santa Ynez Cinderella by Belle Duong. And second to Cherry Tree Lil Twixie Brianna Burton. Attention in the barn. We are looking for the first place yearling for the Embedded Youth Show in the Alpines. Mills Hooker, we need your first place embedded first place yearling for the Embedded Youth Show. We are looking for Turkey Foot Farm Verbena from exhibited by Mills Hooker. Turkey Foot Farm Verbena, you are needed in the ring, exhibited by Mills Hooker.
This is a selection of the youth premier alpine senior dove show. And I'm selecting these individuals from the highest placing youth in each class. In this case, we had the 7-year-old at the head of the line, and then the 4-year-old behind her, the 3-year-old, and the 5 to 6-year-old, the 4-year-old, the 3-year-old. We had no youth qualifying entry in the 2-year-old class, and we were hoping that the yearling do want to honor our youth by having them all in presentation for all of us to congratulate them on their achievement and honor them. And if you were here so unfortunately she's not joined us. If you were here last night, you might have heard me say that that in the ring, between the 2 rings, and I haven't asked Pete, but between Anna Thompson and I, and Mark Baden and Jeremy Lesniak, we all represent the future face of what our youth look like today. So we were all youth participants with our dairy goat projects. And so the importance and the commitment that American Dairy Goat Association has made to youth to recognize them through the events at the national show and in our programs at the local level really is so important to what we do. So first, let's take a minute to congratulate these alpine youth participants for their achievement in a very competitive senior alpine show. And here again, selecting from the 7-year-old at the head of the line, really sound feet and legs, tremendous dairiness about her, and a secure mammary system. Certainly love the length of body and the stretch and dairiness about the 5 to 6-year-old. Remember, she has been milked out, and if we remember her in full milk, really a quality mammary system in terms of udder support. Just a world of dairiness and style and balance about this 4-year-old doe, and then tremendous levelness of top line and really a commanding silhouette and evidence about the 3-year-old doe behind her. So they're the 7-year-old, 5 to 6-year-old, 4-year-old, and 3-year-old doe. And the premier senior youth alpine doe of the 2022 American Dairy Goat Association National Show will be the 3rd doe in the lineup, our first place 4-year-old youth doe. I think she has a close competitor in the 3-year-old behind her, but especially when you get your hands on these does and as viewed in the rear, her softer udder texture, her greater definition of medial suspensory support to mammary system, her greater width of rear udder gives her an advantage in mammary system and in dairy strength. She's just a sharper, flatter bone, more open type of doe. The dairy strength and the udder quality, especially from rear view to mammary system, will make the premier doe the 4-year-old doe. Congratulations.
The grand champion embedded youth show goes to Sheen Blanc, WPC Victoria, exhibited by Emily Tucker. Congratulations.
All right, coming into place right now is our age dose, age 7 and older. And we have 2 8-year-olds in this class. Our mammary system placements are 1, 2, and 3 in mammary system alone on these age dose. Our first place with first udder over our second place with second udder. When viewed from the rear, it's the balance and symmetry of the mammary system on either side of the medial suspensory ligament. A doe that has teats of more medium length than we're seeing in our doe in 2. And more specifically, she has the more correct amount of cleft to the udder floor than 2. 2 placing over 3. Although granting some balance and symmetry, the teat placement is more ideal when viewed from the rear. The teat diameter at the base of the udder floor is more correct, being less than a 1.5 inch in diameter. And the height to the rear udder attachment is exceptional. Our third place mammary system over the balance of the class for her mammary overall area of udder attachment and function and capacity. Over our fourth place doe for the more correct shape to the udder floor over our fifth place doe, and the width to the rear udder attachment over sixth place doe. And now for our class placements. Again, as we've already mentioned in our mammary placements in 1 over 2, both of them beautiful mammary systems, but when viewed on the move, this doe shows us more levelness in the back, showing us more angulation about the rear leg set and side profile. And in front end assembly is showing us more depth of chest floor fullness at point of elbow than we're seeing in our doe in 2 today. And body capacity relative to the frame, notwithstanding talking about the barrel, but it is the chest floor, the extension to brisket. Yes, our second place doe is higher headed with a longer neck. Beautiful dairiness on this doe. And the discussion was, do we go with another doe that has perhaps maybe some advantages on general appearance in third place today? A beautiful rump on this doe, but I prefer a dairy Nubian, and for the quality of bone, and this does will to milk, and I'm fine with the cosmetic unevenness in the mammary system when we compare these two to keep her in second place. I feel that this doe belongs with the first place doe out in the lineup here as a dairy pair of Nubians. 2 placing over 3 for that dairy strength in the mammary system. 3 placing over for body capacity, tremendous depth of body depth and barrel. In general appearance, a doe that shows us more width in loin, more width in rump from thurl to thurl than we're seeing in 4. 4 placing over 5. Her advantage today is general appearance, front legs, walks with more ease of motion as she tracks towards you straight and true. This is a doe that has more substance of bone in that front leg and more angulation to the stifle joint in the rear leg than 5. 5 placing over 6, beautiful mammary shape on this doe. Today, the height to the rear udder attachment and showing us the smoothness of blending of the rear udder and side profile into the escutcheon over 6. She also excels in her dairy strength and a little more highness of arch to the flank and side profile. 6 over 7, we'll walk them forward. 6 over 7, showing us body capacity, much wider in chest floor, but it's really the general appearance that her ease of motion and her locomotion, both in front and rear leg, and also having more natural levelness in the rump from thurl to thurl than 7. Our doe in 7 really is one of the most extraordinary does and length of bone pattern in the breed that we saw today, in the length of neck and the high-headedness and a lovely attached mammary system. It's one of the nicer mammary systems in our entire class here, but not the smoothness of movement as she walks around the ring on both her front and her rear legs. And so that's why she was in the bottom half of this class. It is the mammary system and the height to the rear udder and a more extended foreudder and side profile that's higher and longer into the flank than 8. 8 placing over 9 is freer of excess conditioning at the point of elbow and the chest floor. In general appearance, has more angulation about the stifle, the rear leg, and side profile than we're seeing in 9. 9 placing over 10, mammary system, is showing us a mammary system that has more roundness and shape inside profile and more length of foreudder and balance and symmetry. Our doe in 10 placing over 11 today in her turn in mammary system teats a more delineation of more medium circumference and diameter, a doe that blends more smoothly inside profile into the escutcheon without protruding beyond the vulva. Our doe in 11 certainly has this mature body silhouette of the depth of body and a very productive mammary system for which we commend her. Again, that was our 7 and older does. Mammary systems were 1, 2, and 3. We'll pick our senior national champion at this time.
We're now ready to choose our 2022 National Nubian Champion. If we could have the first and second place senior Nubians enter the ring. Production winner for 5 and 6-year-old Nubians goes to Wost Hove GC Heavenly Days with a production of 2,740 pounds in 305 days. Caitlin Masserone, we are looking for your Alpine Dairy Herd in the ring. Caitlin Masserone with your Alpine Dairy Herd in the ring. Results from the 5 and 6-year-old Nubians. First udder goes to Big Hoof-Hearted RB Luna, exhibited by Thon, Liz, Bell, and Winnie Duong. Second udder goes to J&M Hideaway AB Desert by Glinda Noble. Third udder goes to J&M Hideaway AB Bella by Glinda Noble. Fourth goes to Wost Hove GC Heavenly Days with Heather Arts. Fifth goes to J&M Hideaway Olivia's Victory by Glinda Noble. Sixth to Wost Hove IE Egret with Christine McGuire. Seventh to Urban Acres TB Mustang Sally with Fawn, Liz, Bell, and Winnie Duong. Eighth to J&M Hideaway AB Independent with Glinda Noble. Ninth to J&M Hideaway Rhinestone Cow. I'm so sorry. Results for 7 and older Nubians. First udder goes to SGCH Wosthove FB Jelly with Heather Arts. Second goes to Second goes to J&M Hideaway Arctic Row with second udder as well to Glinda Noble. Third to J&M Hideaway Justice with third udder goes to Glinda Noble. Fourth to Blissberry Malibu Cocoa Cooler with Sarah Cohn Wolberg. Fifth to Urban Acres TB Cayman with Thon, Liz, Bell, Winnie, and Duong.
This is the Alpine Dairy Herd class that we thought fairly handily fell into a logical order of placing. So the first place dairy herd here at the 2022 American Dairy Goat Association National Show will be the group at the head of the line, who I believe it contains our champion, our first place 2-year-old does, as compared to two beautiful udders in both groups, but more consistency in the strength of front end, the breadth of chest floor, consistency of front end structure, especially in one placing over 2 on a little longer made wider does. 2 placing over 3, having more consistent shape to mammary systems. These are all high udder placings, as I recall, mostly through the group, and more defined in the shape of the floor to the mammary system, the more spherical and rounded shape to mammary system as a part of the group, and a bit more uniform as well in the strength of their backs as compared to 3. They do yield, however, in the depth of heart, the power and capacity to 3. 3 placing over 4, again here in just more, as I certainly our reserve champion, an outstanding individual strengths. You have to certainly admire the top lines in the 4th group. The group ahead just shows more strength and capacity to mammary system, carrying with that area of attachment and greater just depth and breadth throughout on these does, but while yielding a bit in top line, and that is the strength of top line and general appearance that places 4 over 5, both in feet and legs and in strength of back and chine. And then 5 placing over 6, not to take away from the individual strengths of these sharp and dairy individuals, but the does ahead excel in their greater length of back, the greater uniformity of mammary system in terms of area of attachment, and just in overall strength of feet and pastern. But beautiful dairiness and certainly really capacious udder does here in the 6th place.
7th to CH Quarter Mile Carol Celebrity by Nicole Peck. 8 to Grow 'em Short Acres Frog by Holly Lawson. 9th to Fiddle Faddle JJ Exact Change with Sarah Emig. 10th to Goats Ahoy Togo with Brooke Robber. 11th to GCH Kings Rock Raindrop. 12th. Results of the embedded youth show for the 7 and up Nubians. First goes to Urban Acres TB Cayman with Belle Duong, and second to CH Grow 'em Short Acres Frog with Holly Lawson. Alpine breeders, we are looking for your produce of dam in the ring. Produce of dam for the Alpine should be entering the ring. Correction, we are looking for your best 3 senior does. Best 3 senior does, please. Results from the Alpine Dairy Herd Group class. And first goes to Harmony Alpines. Second to Hard Luck Hollow. Third to Shining Moon. Fourth to Kickapoo Valley. Fifth to Iron Rod. And sixth to Hawks Hill Farm.
If you have a Sable or a La Mancha that has not been milk checked, please go to the ADGA office and let them know.
We have some fantastic photographers in the ring for the 2022 ADGA National Show. If you'd like to get access to any of the photos taken ringside or at the backdrop, you can download Lindy's at Livestock Photos app, LINDE''S. She has a special going on her site and already has photos uploaded. So again, please show some love and go check out those photos. The production winner for the Nubian 7 and over class goes to GCH Kings Rock Raindrops on Roses with a production of 2,940 pounds and 292 days. Congratulations. We are looking for Joe Saban's best three in the ring. Joe Saban's, your Alpine's best three should be in the ring.
These are the Alpine best three female groups moving forward into their final order of placing here at the 2022 American Dairy Goat Association National Show. Starting again with the group with our champion, the first place 2-year-old, and another strong member with them. One is placing over two for their advantage, first in general appearance, having more correct strength and more proper set of forelegs and strength in front end assembly and structure, and in body capacity, just more consistent in their depth and breadth throughout. They're placing then over a really uniform set of mammary systems, really on the top pair of groups, but it is the quality and uniformity both of the height of rear udder, the shape to the floor to the mammary system, and the area of udder attachment, placing two then over this really powerful group in three. Three placing over four, advantage in dairy strength as well, but really yielding in body capacity to three. Three placing over this very level topped group in four as we really look at the little more maturity here. There's greater width of body, greater length and capacity to mammary system attachment and area of attachment, carried with just deeper, stronger does, but yielding the strength of top line to four. Four then placing over five, more consistent in general appearance because they are more nearly level in the rumps from hips to pins. They have more correct use of the rear legs and a stronger back in the chine than five. Five then placing over six because the mammary systems are more uniform in quality, having greater uniformity in the height and width of rear udder attachment, the balance, and the area of udder attachment, but individual strengths about the sixth group.
That's right, gather round. This is the exciting time. We should have banners waving, bands playing, and crowds will be cheering. That's right, we're here. This is your Nubian National Championship. And I'm so fortunate, to have this experience with great friends and mentors. I had the wonderful experience of judging with both Pete and Dr. Rao multiple times. Um, Maybe one day I'll get to judge as many times as they have. Doubt it, Dr. Rao. She's our queen leader, 14. I'm in awe. 5 times. Thank you so much, Nubian exhibitors, for coming to show under an Alpine guy. I really appreciate it. Today is a wonderful day. This is the start of my dairy goat career 40 years ago, Alpines and Nubians. And I bred out Nubians and some other breeds as well. And I wish I had the time and opportunity to continue with it. They're a beautiful breed to watch and look at the progress we've made in this breed today. Long ago, this beautiful milking yearling was named first place, this black doe here at the far left. Beautiful mammary system on her and wonderful strength and substance. Powerful second freshening 2-year-old doe here, this sandy doe with the level back on her as well and tremendous height to rear and a really ideal teat placement when viewed from behind. This 3-year-old third freshener in the center. Here, this black doe, one of the longest forudder attachments across the body wall in the lateral ligament, and one of the highest rear udders, and beautiful dairy silhouettes on her. 4-year-old doe of more moderate frame, but still at mature age, meeting our breed standard with such a correct mammary system and balance in all areas. Our 5-year-old fifth freshener represented 5 and 6-year-olds. Today, this doe freshened in January. Beautiful roundness and shape that she shows us with ideal teat placement. Really wonderful dairy style and side profile. And our matriarch at the head of the line, an 8-year-old with 8 lactations. Again, maintaining a into full maturity. And so when we look at these does, again, as a reminder, The aid of our scorecard is to aid us in the selection of the dairy goat that's able to function efficiently over a long, productive lifetime. And so, while giving those descriptive reasons and comparatively, I think that there are three does that, we quickly go to our top three does. Well, a lovely style of our yearling and 2-year-old, not quite having the maturity and number of years of productive life. And I love the of our 4-year-old doe, but again, we're looking as our national champion for something exceptional and extreme. And so I feel her day is yet to come. And when looking at, I do believe between our 3-year-old, our 5-year-old, and our 8-year-old are the does that really represent dairy Nubians that can milk and be dairy and free of excess conditioning, not dual purpose. These are dairy goats. And while I love the 3-year-old, again, we're looking for maintaining correctness, pasterns, and feeds. And she's not at mature age. We need her to get a few more miles on her wheels or miles on her hooves before we can consider her. And so we go toward the head of the line for our older 2 does for consideration for our national champion today. And it's very difficult and can be really emotional for me because it's really important to get this right, and to get it for the right reasons and for the right animal. And because these goats only look this way today, this year, and they may go uneven or they may never freshen again. And it's really so important to really award the correct animal. And for me today, how they are presented today and today at full maturity, both these does we consider mature at 4. Today, I hope you'll join me in congratulating our senior national champion is our 5th freshening 5-year-old. And she is worthy of crowds cheering. She is worthy for this lovely mammary system that we look forward to seeing at the end of the show for Best Udder. At this stage in our competition, she has the advantage over the entire lineup in mammary system in the quality and roundness and shape, the roundness and the thirding of the mammary capacity behind and in front of the leg. She has the advantage in the height to the rear udder attachment and the capacity of that rear udder over our 8-year-old doe. She has the advantage in dairy strength and having the strength and this beautiful femininity throughout and the openness and ribbing and just a more length of bone pattern than our 8-year-old doe. General appearance, there are a number of trade-offs. While I feel she maintains her correctness in rear leg more correctly over our 8-year-old doe, she certainly maintains the upstandingness in front end over our 4-year-old doe. She maintains the correctness in rear pasterns and feet over her close competitor 3-year-old that is similar to her in style and dairy strength. And so we really look forward to seeing her with a few more years on her. Over our 2-year-old doe, she has the mature body silhouette and the depth of body. And over our milking yearling, well, she's attractive, but we're going to stay with our 5-year-old for our national senior champion. And we'll bring her forward out of line. And now we consider the doe that stood second to her. And, and a real wonderful quality. I mean, I know the Alpine exhibitors and say, I gave some of our classes a round of applause because I was so excited. If they had erect ears, I might consider ordering a buck. I mean, they were so nice. The mammaries are great. And this doe certainly has that mammary system. And we'll definitely be asking this doe to milk out for best udder as well. Not necessarily the dairy style that we see in our champion or the dairy style in our 3-year-old or even our 8-year-old doe, but certainly a very quality mammary system. And so it is a closer competition for our reserve senior champion. I feel really we have to look between our 3-year-old and our 8-year-old doe for reserve that follow in the same type and style of dairy strength, cleanliness of excess conditioning, but maintaining more structural correctness in legs, feet, and pasterns and back. And when we look at these does, we handily go to our 8-year-old doe for our reserve senior champion today. The 8-year-old excels our second place 5-6-year-old in general appearance. In the angulation to rear leg set and side profile, she's more nearly level in the back in the area of the loin. In dairy strength, she has more freedom of excess conditioning behind the elbow, a leaner thigh, and more highly arched flank. Over our 4-year-old doe, this is a doe that shows us more body depth and increasing depth of body and side profile, particularly in barrel and flank. And she also excels in mammary depth. Over her closest competitor, the 3-year-old, again, she is 5 years her senior, and that's over twice her productive life. And so we're maintaining enough correctness in feet and pasterns to give the nod to our 8-year-old. And over our 2-year-old and yearling, their days are yet to come. A beautiful 8-year-old is our reserve senior national champion.
Your 2022 ADGA National Nubian Champion, sponsored by Tamara's Farms Nubians, goes to Big Hoof-Hearted RB Luna, exhibited by the Duong family. Congratulations.
These are the Alpine Senior Get Up Sire groups moving into the final order of placement. Each of these entries is comprised of 3 daughters of the same buck. 1/2, starting with the group that was just more consistent in the shape of mammary system, more consistent in the overall area of udder attachment, as compared to 2. In each of the next group, there was stronger individuals and then ones that weren't quite holding up the uniformity of good type. So they're more uniform in udder quality, more uniform in overall depth and strength, yielding in overall length of body to 2. 2/3, again, it's more consistent strength of back in particular, but also more consistent udder shape, again, especially as we get to the 3rd member of the group over 3. And then 3/4, certainly commending the length of back about the 4th group, but the stronger front end structure, broader chest floor, more correct foreleg set, and more uniform forudder shape is in the group who comes ahead.
Right, as is tradition, we bring out at the national championship our junior champion and reserve junior national champion from last evening's exciting weather-related junior show to compete for the overall breed grand championship. I don't know if Dr. Rao might be able to give some input on some of the shows from the 70s, if any of our junior champions have unseated a senior champion, but not in my history. So again, we bring them out for the pageantry and a nice review. This is our age progression. Our junior national champion was our senior dry yearling, and our reserve junior national champion was our senior kid born in, I believe, January, February class of this year. Both of these does really show wonderful progression for this breed that show the levelness and back, substance of bone, strengths of feet, legs, and pasterns, and dairy strength, dairy goats. But of course, they're missing that important element of mammary system and the mature style and grace and elegance that these ladies at the head of the line have. Our Nubian national grand champion will be our senior champion, and our Nubian reserve grand champion will be our reserve senior champion. Congratulations to all our Nubian exhibitors. Thank you for a beautiful show. Our youth premier champion will be next.
This is the Alpine Produce of Dam class here at our 2022 National Dairy Goat Show. Each group is comprised of two daughters, both out of a single dam. In the case of our first group, there is only one sire represented, but we felt the uniformity and strength of mammary, especially in the first group, still had them to the head of the line. There are multiple sires represented in our other groups. One is placing over two for the advantage they do have in mammary system, just more uniform and consistent in the shapes of their udders. They're also slightly stronger in the back, but they do yield a commanding difference in body depth and breadth to two. Two placing over three, our champion is in the third group. The member with her and not showing quite the consistency of position of udder on body wall, height of rear udder, ease of motion around the udder, if we remember them kind of before relief. And so here it's the consistency of position of mammary system on body wall and the consistency of udder quality, placing two over three. And then 3 over 4, just so much depth and breadth of body throughout that, while certainly commending the udder shapes and the tightness of udder support, the overall depth and length of body is the advantages with those ahead. Thank you.
Results from the Alpine Senior Best 3 Does. First goes to Harmony Alpines. Second to Hard Luck Hollow. Third to Shining Moon. Fourth to Kickapoo Valley. Fifth to Iron Rod. And sixth to Hawks Hill Farm. For the Senior Get of Sire, first goes to Kickapoo Valley Careless. Second to Kickapoo Valley Make It Jive. Third to GCH Olentangy Andretti Accolade. Fourth to Windrush Farms SL Icon. Attention in the barn, we need the first and second place Nubians for the embedded youth show to the ring. Again, we need the correction, just the first place Nubians from the embedded youth show to the ring as soon as possible. Thank you. Also, can we please have a member of the Larson and Jadlowski families up to the announcer stand to sign as soon as possible? Thank you. Results from the Alpine Senior Produce of Dam class. And first is GCH Hard Luck Hollow WFKSG with Kathy Walters. Second 2, Olentangy Speeding Ostinia with Mickey Colfast. 3rd, GCH Harmony JT Bria's Atara with Harmony Alpines. And 4th, to SG Nestor Acres X-Ray from Brenda Leitner. Also, Alpine exhibitors, if you were in the Produce 'em Dam class, we were not able to get your ribbons to you. So at your earliest convenience, please come to the announcer's stand to get those. Again, Nubian youth, if you had a first place embedded youth doe, please be entering the ring for the embedded youth champion lineup. Again, we only need the first place Nubians from each class for the embedded youth show.
Mark. This is the placing for the dam and daughters for the Alpine breed. Starting this in this class, a pair of does. The daughters are to the inside and the dams to the far side. And here looking for a group maintaining uniformity of good type and hoping to find a daughter that improves upon the weaknesses of the dam while maintaining her strengths. One is placing over two, and here it is the uniformity of type, especially looking at the dam in terms of the correctness of placement of udder and body wall. Both groups show significant improvement from dam to daughter in udder shape and udder support, and just not udder support, but quality of shape of mammary system. And so starting with the group where we got there's just more uniformity because of the strength of the dam in that regard and the height of rear udder. And there's just slightly wider does, but the real difference is in the strength of the dam in the group. Two, then placing over three, just more consistent strength in medial suspensory support on sharper, more dairy individuals than three. Three, placing over four, our older reserve champion, and then with a baby with her yearling daughter. And while certainly a pleasing yearling, with the strength and power that we have in these older does, they carry the advantage today. They excel in front end assembly over the fifth placing group and as well excel in their dairy strength over five. Five placing over sixth. Again, here our champion dam and then a young daughter with her. And so just staying with the stronger backs, especially across the younger part of the group, and a bit more uniformity than at this point in development over six. And then six placing over seven. Stronger does in their depth of four ribbon heart, longer made does throughout with greater area of udder attachment than seven. Seven excelling over eight. And here it's the uniformity of udder shape, especially to the youngster in the group, with a more neater teat size and shape, greater extension and tightness of four udder attachment in particular, and on does who excel in their depth of four ribbon heart over eight. Eight, then placing over nine, more correct in the strength of rear legs, especially in the angulation of hock and strength of rear pastern, uh, and and, um, and just a little more uniformity of strength of rear udder attachment as well. And then nine, placing over 10th, really love the depth and the udder capacity. But in terms of uniformity, good type starting with more balance between the halves of the udder, but while crediting the strength in the group on the improvement in the daughter in the group. Thank you.
Now showcasing our ADGA youth entries here. These are our first place entries, owned and exhibited by an ADGA youth member and shown by a youth member in each of the classes. And wonderful to see that we had in every class other than our ADGA, we had cuts. And so these are youth member projects that are competing with adult professional breeding programs. And that's something to be commended to all of these youth. Our milking yearling at the far left, and beautiful style on her, and love the back on this 2-year-old doe and the levelness. 3-year-old with so much capaciousness to body. Even more, our mature 4-year-old doe, very deep and wide throughout. Very angular 5-year-old doe with a lovely mammary system. And their 7-year-old at the head of the line, maintaining correctness and pastern strength and a mammary quality to full maturity. We look at these 6 different does, the doe that I think that comes most to the ideal as far as the balance of the 4 areas of the scorecard is our 5-year-old doe. The 5-year-old doe, certainly is worthy of applause for this beautiful mammary system. When you look at the mammary system on her, she has more rear udder width when viewed from behind than any of the other does in the lineup. She shows us more dairy strength because she has more strength of bone when you look at her legs compared to the age doe in front of her. She has more angulation about the rear leg, a mammary system that has more quality in the placement on the body wall over the 4-year-old doe behind her. She's more level in the back in the region of the rump from hip to pin than our 3-year-old. Her closest competitor is our 2-year-old doe today, and she's over twice the age with more depth of body and more mammary capacity and area of udder attachment. In the milking yearling, lots of promise and substance of bone, but again, the full functioning 5-year-old is our youth premier doe. Congratulations. Now in the Nubian show, Dairy Herd will be our first group class. Dairy Herd, 4 does owned by the same exhibit.
The 2022 National Nubian Embedded Youth Champion goes to Santa Ynez Cinderella by Belle Duong. Congratulations. On Thursday at 2 p.m. in the small arena, we'll be having a charcuterie style event which will include cheese, a pretzel bar, desserts, and a card bar. Tickets are $20 per person and are available for purchase at the ADGA booth. We are looking forward to seeing you there. In order to guarantee that we have an accurate head count, please be sure to buy your tickets by noon on Tuesday. Again, this is just so that we can make sure to have an accurate head count. We are looking for the second place 2-year-old udder in the 5 and 6-year-old class. Second place udder from the 5 and 6-year-old class, please. Leslie Sidwell, we are looking for your second place or second udder 5-year-old. Leslie Sidwell with your second udder 5 and 6-year-old, please come to the ring.
coming. They went together. She trying to everything over. It's okay. Once she gets there, so close. So.
We're looking for Francis Briley's Nubian dairy herd. Francis Briley, with your Nubian dairy herd, please come to the ring. It's hot.
Thank you. And at this time, we're in the process of selecting the best udder and reserve best uddered alpine doe of the show from our first and second place class winners based on udder alone. And if you remember, if my memory serves me correctly, all of our first place winners were actually first udder in class, but we do have other members that have moved up into the second position based on udders alone. Just a few comments. Really love the strength of udder attachment and just the soundness, the position of udder and body wall on our 7-year-old reserve champion at the head of the line. Tremendous udder capacity, and with that area of udder attachment on our champion of the day, the 5 to 6-year-old. Really secure mammary system, tightly secured to body wall, extensive in its both in just the smoothness, a blending of attachment in the 4-year-old doe. In the 3-year-old doe, again, a quality mammary system in terms of the shape and balance inside profile and the length of foreudder. In the 2-year-old doe, really a capacious udder carrying with it a great area of udder attachment here as a young doe, and then just all the evidence of function and productivity and a shapely quality mammary system, soft in texture yet here while still full in this yearling doe. But in our mind today, the competition for best udder and reserve best udder will be with these 4 older does in the lineup. Based on the evidence of function over time, the quality and udder structure, and we'll ask these 4 to milk out. And then again, while giving the credit that is due for the class winners and second places that came in from our other lineups. Thank you so much for bringing. And then we'll ask these to milk out and reevaluate them for selection of best udder. And again, Alpine breeders, thank you so much for your patience today. And, we really appreciate your cooperation.
Results from the Alpine Senior Dam and Daughter class. First goes to Olentangy Speeding Austinia with Mickey Colfax. Second to GCH Harmony RHFR Ataras with Harmony Alpines. Third to GCH Harmony RHFR Reggae's. I do apologize, the names are cut off in these boxes. With Harmony Alpines. Fourth to McCann Farm Fancy, exhibited by Ed Jadlowski. Fifth to Hard Luck Hollow WAE Veda with Kathy Walters. Sixth to GCH Harmony HVV Ataras with Harmony Alpines. Seventh, Sinester Acres WPL Dreams with Brenda Leitner. Eighth to Kickapoo Valley Chaotic Moments, exhibited by Ed Jadlowski. Ninth to Lady K's WFS Flurry with Aubriana Adams. And 10th to CH Doe Haven JC, exhibited by Joe Sabins. Results from the senior produce of dam class. First to GCH Hard Luck Hollow WFKSG with Kathy Walters. Second to Olentangy Speeding Austinia.
Okay, well, we'll jump in here with Nubian dairy herd so we can keep on going here because we've got 2 more breeds and we want to catch up for our best udder fun over there to compete. Nubian dairy herd, 4 does, the exhibit of the same herd. And again, so we're looking at 1 over 2, lots of competition here. Almost all 8 of these goats win our champion and reserve champion lineup. We have 3 blue ribbon winners and a second place winner, but it's not necessarily the placement, but it's the consistency and good type. And in general appearance, they show us more consistency and levelness in back, consistency and angulation about the rear leg, and strength of substance of bone. Again, both of them very competitive in mammary systems. Our first place group grants total mammary capacity to 2. 2 placing over 3 in the consistency that they're showing us in substance of bone, legs, feet, and pastures, particularly front leg. When we compare in our third place group, the 7-year-old doe, a little bit refined in bone pattern, but also it's the overall extension of forudder attachment and again the width to rear udder. Closest placing in the class is 3 and 4. We have more maturity, more lactations. We have a couple of first freshening 2-year-olds in our fourth place group, but they have wider rear udder arches, and so the advantage rear udder is 7 points and forudder is 5. I do appreciate the extension of the forudder on our group in 4, but again, it's more points and rear udder attachment. So the height, width, and also the age and maturity over a very youthful group here in 4th place. Beautiful length of bone pattern and the length of body on them, but again, a beautiful forudder attachment for which we commend them. Senior Breeders Trio is next.
Maybe it was short that Excel she gave. I can work on that. Download. And I was my and then the emails.
Nubian Senior Breeders Trio, 3 does bred and owned by the same exhibit. Again, our reserve senior champion, the 8-year-old. First place 4-year-old. You know, we kind of have it. You know, we have a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, and an 8-year-old. You know, they keep doubling in age and still maintain beautiful mammary systems and the general appearance and levelness in loin, levelness in their back, and again the rear leg angulation. Over two placing over 3. It's for the area of udder attachment and the function and capacity to the mammary system that they show us, and also the depth of body over a very long bone pattern group. And 3 over 4. So this is a change in placement from our dairy herd class. We have different change in personnel here, and then we do reward that length of body, the levelness that they show us in their turn in the rump from thurl to thurl, and also showing us more upstandingness, being taller in the front end than they are at the hip. 4 placing over 5, a more youthful group here over a group that has some age and a yearling milker, but the consistency, a good type that they show us in front end assembly and the juncture of the shoulder blade to the wither and the fullness of the point of elbow over 4. My apologies on the group. I said 3 and 4, but this is our 5 placing over 6 today. Sometimes I get a little confused and it's my mistake, and I publicly acknowledge that. 5 places over 6 because both of these groups have a yearling milker in them. Okay, and so I'm comparing the 2 milking yearlings, but overall we have more height and width to the rear udder attachment when we compare these 2 groups. And again, when we're looking in senior groups, we're looking for this dairy quality and function, and we have a little bit more, as I said, the mammary capacity, and then also we're seeing a little more levelness in the chine than we're seeing in our group in 6. Certainly we want to commend our group in 6 for their strong straight front legs and their length of body that they show us. Thank you.
If you're interested in purchasing any of today's photos, either ringside or in front of the backdrop, you can download Lindy's LINDE' livestock photos app and get a special on the site. Again, that is Lindy's livestock photo app.
We've reconvened to complete the judging of our Alpine breed here at the 2022 American Dairy Goat Association National Show. This is the culmination of our breed judging, and the does who are in the ring at this time are the 4 that we selected to be milked out so that we could evaluate the udder soundness and texture and reassess the udder structure upon completion of a milk out. So these were our 7-year-old doe at the head of the line, who was the reserve national champion, the 5 to 6-year-old behind her, who was the champion doe, the 4-year-old behind her, and then the 3-year-old who followed. Really pleased with the softness of texture and the milk out on all of these does, all very sound udders. And while I think it doesn't really change our placings, it's always reassuring to have the soundness of milk out and have a sound mammary system when we come to the end of of our judging. Going to stay with the champion of the day for best udder doe. Although she does yield somewhat in texture to the other does in the lineup, she still excels having the higher, wider rear udder than we saw in the 7-year-old doe, the greater extension and the length of fore we can see even milked out, and the width of lateral attachment compared to the 4-year-old doe, and then tremendous area of udder attachment on the 3-year-old doe, but a little more capacity to mammary system relative to size if we remember them in full milk, and carrying with that some extension. So congratulations again. She'll be the best udder doe of breed. And then for reserve best udder, we're going to go back to the 3-year-old doe. The doe who, again, when compared to the 4-year-old doe ahead of her, remember them in full milk, just a more capacious udder in relation to body size, carrying with it greater area of udder attachment. She really has softest udder texture in the class, beautiful texture. And so we really had her in mind when we saw the does in full milk, and she's not disappointed. Her area of attachment, the shape of mammary system from rear view, she'll be the reserve best udder then over the 4-year-old doe, again, for reasons previously stated, the overall area of support. And then not to take away from this 7-year-old in her 7th lactation, but especially the extension of fore udder is to be appreciated. But in our reserve best udder doe in the 3-year-old, I'm finding just carrying the width up into the height, into the escutcheon, the area of attachment, particularly to the rear udder, to make her the reserve best udder doe. And so again, thank you exhibitors for your patience. It's been a long day. Special thanks to Pete Snyder. And so we hope to see you here soon for the La Mancha show.
Right, in our Nubian senior Geddes sire, class 3 does, the daughter of the same sire. And really tremendous, these first 3 groups, and the tremendous mammary systems when viewed from the rear, particularly in the rear arches and the shape to the udder floor. And that's sort of the difference here. We did make a change in placement. There's some difference in personnel and how the arrangement of these classes are. But we're going with the group in mammary function and capacity of mature goats here, combined with body capacity. They do have wider rear udder arches than we're seeing in our group in 3, and they show us more body capacity and depth of body than our group in 2. 2 placing over 3, another closer placement here, but more uniform. These are a trio of 4-year-olds, I believe. Say 4-year-olds. We have a group of 8 to 2 and a 5-year-old, but they're more consistency in their body frame. They're more consistent in the blending from neck to wither. And again, we're seeing that width and rear udder arch comparative negatively to 3. 3 placing over 4. Their turn in mammary system, the shape to the udder floor and more definition. They're showing us a more substance of bone in the front leg than we're seeing in 4. 4 placing over 5 today, dairy strength and length of bone pattern. These are a little more youthful group here, but when we see them, we have a 7-year-old that has the more refined bone pattern. So we have a little more consistency in front leg in this darker color group over the silver group. Third from the end over second from the end today. Once again, the more age and maturity and a mammary capacity that they show us in the rear outer arches. Second from the end over the group at the end. For once again, length of bone pattern and body capacity wider in chest floor over a group that has 2 promising milking yearlings, including our second place milking yearling from this morning. Thank you.
Alpine Best Udder goes to CH Harmony HVV Atara's Zamara, exhibited by Harmony Hills. And Reserve goes to Autumn Acres Miss Liberty, exhibited by Tammy Tuller. This completes the Alpine 22 National Show. The La Mancha Juniors will begin at 4:30 in this ring. Again, La Mancha Juniors will begin at 4:30.
I think it's just like this. Haven't calculated yet. Figure out how to get them to the second stage.
Produce of dam, two daughters out of the same mother, hopefully with two different sires to show the consistency that the dam produces. And we see that in our first place group, 8-year-old and a 4-year-old over a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old today. So we do see a little bit more diversity here with two sires represented, and it's the general appearance that they do show us, and rear legs and also levelness and loin. They do grant just a bit of this wonderful capacity and rear arch to our group in two. 2 over 3, both of these have one sire represented, and really appreciates the height to the rear udder attachment consistently in both does in this pair over 3. 3 over 4, body capacity more uniform, and also in the front end assembly, width and depth of chest floor and extension over our group that stands in 4. 4 placing over 5, they're a little more level in the back in the region of the chine, and they have more depth of body, depth of barrel and flank, more height to the rear udder attachment as well than we're seeing in 5. 5 placing over 6. We have more age and longevity, length of body over a more youthful group here that includes a yearling milker, and more consistency in the shape to the udder floor with more cleft and division to the udder has when viewed from behind. All right, mother-daughter is our next group class, and then best udder. So we need all first and second place mammary systems to come back into the ring.
Attention in the barn. La Mancha breeders, please be making your way to the show ring. The La Mancha juniors will begin at 4:30 p.m. on the dot, so please be making your way to the show ring. Sable breeders, the sable show will begin at 5 p.m. Again, the sables will begin at 5 p.m.
No, I really.
Attention Nubian breeders. The High Lifetime Milk Award goes to Blissberry Malibu Cocoa Cooler, owned and exhibited by Sarah Cohen Wahlberg, with a total of 12,210 pounds of milk and 528 pounds of butterfat, with 492 pounds of protein. If you can come to the announcer stand to receive your pottery at your earliest convenience, that would be amazing. The High Lifetime Butterfat goes to J&M Hideaway Farm Justice with 11,570 pounds of milk, 578 pounds of butterfat, and 462 pounds of protein. Congratulations.
Nubian mother and daughter. We have our 8-year-old reserve senior champion and her 4-year-old daughter. And with her, and both of these does excel in the length of body and levelness and back and a more angulation to rear leg over 2 placing over 3. Again, the increasing and also balance and symmetry on either side of the medial suspensory ligament when viewed from the rear. 2 placing over 3 is a dose that shows more mammary capacity overall, extension of foreudder, rear arch when viewed from behind, and in body capacity, depth of barrel and flank. Then we're seeing over 3. 3 placing over 4 are longer body does when we look at them from wither to hip. They're showing us more uniform, the tighter junction of the shoulder blade to the wither and fullness in the crop than we're seeing in our group that stands in 4. 4 placing over 5. An advantage that they show us today in angulation to rear leg set. And we have a yearling milker daughter in this, so we have a little bit more age and maturity as a group over 5. 5 placing over 6 that has our youth premier champion today. We're seeing the advantage in levelness and back in the more ideal slope of rump from hip to pin inside profile over 6. 6 placing over 7 mammary system. Although more youthful and juvenile, not quite as many years, the attachments are more correct in the mammary systems, and also the teats are more medium length and more correct orientation that are more plumb and perpendicular to the ground than we're seeing in a long body group second from the end. The group second from the end, or the group at the end, more appropriate mammary udder support and attachments, particularly rear udder attachments that have less give. They're more smoothly blended into the escutcheon, and we're seeing udder floors that are higher above the hock than our group at the end today. Thank you. We'll pick our best udder now with first place and second place mammary systems of each of the 6 milking classes.
They just told me to hear this.
It's like, right, let's do. These are like children. It just makes sense.
First place Nubian udders and second place Nubian udders from each class come in. We'll select a few does. We've been discussing it. There'll be about 4, maybe 5 does that we'll select to milk out. And so those of you can anticipate you'll need milk buckets. And of course, National Show rules request that you use stainless steel and appropriate equipment inside the ring. And all of your helpers or handlers that are inside the ring should be in appropriate uniform as well. Of course, if you're fortunate and have to have enough goats milk out, maybe someone will have to stand ringside outside and hold your goats while you milk them. Again, first and second place udder placings in the class at this time. Right, these beautiful Nubians are our first and second place mammary systems being showcased here. Our blue ribbon does, and really they are most of them are our first place does, with the exception we have a switch in personnel in our 2-year-old class and our 4-year-old class. So, as is customary at the national show, the judge elects to invite certain goats to milk out again and come back in to be represented. Any of these does are welcome to milk out if you want to bring them back in. That is your choice. But the does that we really feel that we're anxious to see and how they collapse down in their true function and capacity are our 8-year-old reserve senior champion, national champion, and our 5-year-old national champion. The first place uttered second place 4-year-old is another doe that we would like to see milk out. Our 3-year-old, first place 3-year-old, and our second place 5-6-year-old. We feel that those 5 does really exemplify structural correctness in the mammary system, particularly in the teat placement when viewed from behind and from the side. Also, strength of udder support and medial suspensory ligament. Forerudders that have no break in the forerudder whatsoever, with more extension up into the flank, and rear udder height and arch and the capacity. Well, we certainly love the attractive milking yearling and the 2-year-old, just not quite the lactations that these productive does have, and so we'd like to evaluate them. And our second place winners as well, we certainly, acknowledge, your commitment to dairy goats and milking twice a day, and we really appreciate you showcasing them wonderfully today. So we'll ask these 5 Nubians to go and milk out. If you need to take a picture to commemorate the occasion, please do so, so you can preserve this memory. Thank you.
Attention in the barns. The Alpine High Lifetime Milk and Butter Fat was McCann Farm Fancy. She milked 11,900 pounds of milk, 480 pounds of butter fat, and 393 pounds of protein. And the winner was Ed Jalowski.
Okay, so that, all right, so I said it was C.
All right, this is a culmination of our day's events here for the Nubian breed, our Nubian best udder and our reserve best udder, respectively. We did ask for 5 different does to milk out and represent their does. This is our first place 3-year-old. She was first place with first udder 3-year-old. This is our second place with first udder 4-year-old. Our first and second places in our 5-6-year-old class and our first place age doe class. All 5 of these does milked out, and beautiful quality to the bottom part of the mammary system. All 5 of these does have excellent teat placement. All have excellent teat diameter and teat length. And when full, beautiful rear udder arches, I feel that all 5 were very consistent. And really, it comes down to this final evaluation that isn't done often at shows, and it's kind of fun, right? And fun to have it documented on live stream for all your friends to see. And you really can see. So let's do them a favor like we did in the class. Let's face them away right now. And look at these does, and they really Nubians can milk. We don't need to say what we did in the 80s that Nubians are dual purpose. These are dairy goats, and people make their living in dairies that have only Nubians. And a beautiful collapsibility here. When we look at the 3-year-old doe, tremendous height, perhaps the highest of all 5 of these. And maybe she has a little larger gland on the right-hand side when you look at the total quality. And you get to go down to the quarter point at the national show if you want to get the rosette and the pottery that they've got to offer you. 4-year-old doe, just when full, probably my personal favorite, but milked out, has quite a bit of edema in the foreudder right now, but just lovely teat placement. Right now we're kind of in the thick of it here, our 5-6-year-olds and our 8-year-old here. So really it's between our 3 does on the right for the 2 rosettes. That's where it's going to, and it's because of the quality. And so that's the thing, we can't evaluate. No one's got a crystal ball until you see them milked out. And that's why we only do this once a year at the national show. And so when we evaluate these does and the collapsibility, and when full of milk, our champion was just sang in the shape, and she milked out the best when viewed from behind and from the side. Our senior champion, our 5-year-old, she will be our best udder as well. For this tremendous quality to this mammary system, there is no question of all of these excellent mammary systems. This is the best udder, and I wanted it documented from side and rear for all the naysayers to say he's right, and it's nice. So now for reserve. So now we do consider our second place doe, this 5-6-year-old, and the 8-year-old. And that was the thing when we were talking from behind. When we looked from behind, we said, "Oh yeah, that 4-year-old." And then we saw the edema and the foreudder attachment, and that's not fair. You really have to look at all aspects, and that's why we try to look on the right and the left. And goats are different. And so it's really the collapsibility of the foreudder attachment is more excellent in the second place 5-6-year-old over the 4-year-old. And now when we evaluate her to the 8-year-old though, and in that class place, we talked a lot when we're considering in the class placement in our championship lineup with other does. We talked a lot about general appearance, and this is a mammary prize, and it's really appropriate to give this to the right animal when full of milk. And you can see where the attachment. We do have more width in the total arch when viewed from the rear over the 8-year-old doe. Both of them have excellence in teat placement, but it is a wider rear udder attachment and a more extended foreudder. And when milked out, we still have, we're seeing in that gland greater quality. We'll stay in the same class. Our second place 5-6-year-old would be our reserve best udder today. Thank you, Nubian exhibitors. Beautiful Nubian show. We thank our ADGA youth rep and alternate youth rep, of course, to our executive director, Lance Gerlach, and Helen Snyder, who's not here, and Robin Summer, ADGA president. And I think Jeremy Lesniak, your Sonnen breeders, you're in for a treat on Sonnen Day. He's getting warmed up. So thanks, everyone, for a great Nubian show today.